Selamat datang di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor, tempat di mana masa depan para pendidik handal dibentuk dan diolah dengan dedikasi tinggi keislaman. Visi kami adalah menjadi fakultas unggul, berdaya saing global, serta berbasis keislaman dan teknologi di bidang keguruan dan ilmu pendidikan. Fakultas kami menawarkan 6 program studi. Teknologi pendidikan memiliki visi menghasilkan lulusan Islami yang menguasai teknologi informasi dan komunikasi untuk memfasilitasi belajar dan memecahkan pembelajaran sesuai dengan perkembangan IPTEK tahun 2025 dengan akreditasi unggul. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris memiliki visi menghasilkan guru bahasa Inggris yang kreatif, kritis, berdaya saing global, Islami, dan berkarakter. Dengan akreditasi unggul, pendidikan masyarakat memiliki visi untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang mampu mengelola, mengkaji, dan mengembangkan program pendidikan masyarakat berdasarkan nilai-nilai keislaman yang berdaya saing global. Dengan akreditasi unggul, pendidikan vokasional desain fashion memiliki visi menghasilkan lulusan profesional dalam bidang pendidikan vokasional desain fashion yang Islami dan berdaya saing global dengan akreditasi baik. Pendidikan profesi guru memiliki visi menjadi program studi terkemuka untuk menghasilkan pendidik profesional berdaya saing global, berbasis keislaman dan teknologi. Pendidikan matematika memiliki visi menjadi program studi S1, pendidikan matematika yang unggul berbasis keislaman dan teknologi dalam menghasilkan tenaga pendidikan matematika yang profesional pada tahun 2030. Kami menyediakan fasilitas dan sarana lengkap untuk mendukung proses belajar mengajar, mulai dari laboratorium pendidikan, perpustakaan, hingga ruang kelas yang nyaman. Bergabunglah dengan berbagai organisasi mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan soft skills, leadership, dan jaringan pertemanan. Kami memiliki Dewan Perwakilan Mahasiswa, DPM, Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, BEM, dan banyak lagi yang siap mendukung aktivitasmu. Program magang dan kuliah kerja nyata, KKN, menjadi bagian tak terpisahkan dari kurikulum kami. Mahasiswa kami diberi kesempatan untuk menerapkan ilmu yang telah dipelajari secara langsung di lapangan. Prestasi mahasiswa kami tidak perlu diragukan lagi, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kami bangga dengan berbagai penghargaan yang telah diraih di berbagai bidang. Lulusan kami telah tersebar di berbagai penjuru, berkarir sebagai pendidik, peneliti, konsultan pendidikan, dan banyak lagi. Mereka diakui dan dihormati atas kompetensi dan dedikasi mereka. Mari bergabung dengan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Daftarkan dirimu sekarang melalui penerimaan mahasiswa baru dan jadilah bagian dari keluarga besar kami di HTITS SPMB Marcuika Bogor.co.id atau bisa berkunjung di Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor.
Universitas Ibnu Khaldun menggali ilmu dalam dan betul, menyikap gerbang hari esok para persada jaya. Masyarakat tentram rahaja Bumiku Indonesia. Demi nusa bangsa agama, angkatan mahasiswa Universitas Ibnu Khaldun
Welcome to Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor, a place where faith, knowledge, and morality unite to shape outstanding intellectuals. As an institution grounded in Islamic values, Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor emphasizes the integration of modern science with religious values in line with its motto, faith, knowledge, and morality. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor holds a grand vision to become an excellent university based on Islamic research and technology with global competitiveness by 2040. To achieve this vision, Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has formulated structured vision, mission, goals, and strategies to ensure the creation of competent graduates who are globally competitive. Main missions of Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor. A. Strengthening institutional capacity and professional governance. B. Developing research infrastructure based on Islamic studies and technology through strategic collaboration. C. Enhancing teaching models based on research and technopreneurship in a sustainable manner. D. Implementing international quality standards and accreditation to increase global competitive. Governance at Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor is based on good university governance principles, accountability, sustainability, and transparency. Decision-making is participative, transparent, and focused on achieving institutional goals. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has adopted ISO 9001:2015 and ISO 21001:2018 quality systems, integrated with advanced information technology to ensure effective academic data and service management. The university continues to strengthen its institutional credibility and reputation by responding proactively to global higher education trends and forming productive collaborations with industries and institutions. Governance transparency is ensured through open, easy, and accurate access to relevant information via a modern management information system. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor remains committed to quality education and service through internationally certified systems. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor's digital platforms include Siakat, Simpeg, CMOC, e-library, Tracer Study, Repository, Simawa, e-learning, Scholarship Portal, Career Center System, Saluni, Graduation System, mobile apps, and help desk. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor is home to students who strive for excellence. In 2024, the number of applicants reached 4.878, with 3.098 accepted, an increase of over 47% compared to the previous year. Student life at Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor supports academic success and personal growth through 22 scholarship programs, including the Tafid Scholarship, with 169 recipients in 2024 alone. Career development services in partnership with industries, extending to the Asian market. Foreign language training to enhance global readiness. Counseling and extracurricular programs to nurture soft skills. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor offers access to a modern library, health center, career center in partnership with JobStreet, language training, and a strong mentorship and scholarship ecosystem. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has 269 faculty members, 135 of whom hold doctoral degrees, 50.2%. Another 64 lecturers, 24%, are currently pursuing doctoral studies. Academic positions include 17 professors, 38 associate professors, 150 lecturers, 64 assistant lecturers. The lecturer-student ratio is 1:25, and the administrative staff-student ratio is 1:36, reflecting effective services. Additionally, from 2020 to 2024, Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor provided Hajj funding grants for 50 faculty and staff members, along with support for Umrah and Badal Hajj as part of welfare appreciation initiatives. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor continues to demonstrate excellent academic quality. By 2025, 13 study programs achieved Unggul, excellent accreditation, including Islamic Education, Bachelor, Master, Doctoral, Educational Technology, Bachelor, Master, Management, Bachelor, Master, Islamic Communication and Broadcasting, Bachelor, Community Education, Bachelor, Elementary School Teacher Education, Bachelor, English Education, Bachelor, and Accounting, Bachelor. Student achievements have also continued to grow. A total of 128 student awards were achieved by 2025, an increase of 31% from the previous year, at international, national, and regional levels. Research and community engagement at Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor have experienced rapid growth. Local research increased from 98, 2022 to 357, 2024. National research, 93. International research, 40. Local community engagement increased from 225, 2022 to 732, 2024. National community engagement, 36. International community engagement, 80. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor is also active in international KKN, community service internships, sending students to Thailand, Malaysia, and Medina to apply their knowledge in global contexts. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor publishes 45 academic journals, 31 of which are accredited by CINTA and 3 indexed by Copernicus. The university also produced 5 patents, 84 copyrights, and 98 ISBN registered books. Faculty publications include 3,400 in national journals, 379 in reputable international journals, 130 in other international journals, 459 in national seminars, 32 in international seminars, 78 in national mass media. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has also secured 27 Belmawa grants and multiple research grants from Kemdikbudristek by 2025. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has achieved prestigious national recognition, including second place in the 2024 Spada Awards for Learning and Student Affairs. The rector of Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor won first place Academic Leader 2023 from LL Dikti Region 4, category University Leaders with Additional Academic Duties. Gold winner, Best Private University for KIPI Management 2024. Gold winner, Best Career Center and Tracer Study Management 2024. Silver winner, Best PD Dikti Management, University and Institute category 2024. Alumni of Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor have excelled in diverse sectors. 311 graduates employed in multinational companies, 187 in national institutions, 289 in regional institutions, 2,047 entrepreneurs. At Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor, dreams are woven and futures are built. Join us in shaping a brighter tomorrow, driven by faith, knowledge, and morality. Come be part of the first, largest, and leading Islamic university in Bogor City.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor, tempat di mana masa depan para pendidik handal dibentuk dan diolah dengan dedikasi tinggi keislaman. Visi kami adalah menjadi fakultas unggul, berdaya saing global, serta berbasis keislaman dan teknologi di bidang keguruan dan ilmu pendidikan. Fakultas kami menawarkan 6 program studi. Teknologi pendidikan memiliki visi menghasilkan lulusan Islami yang menguasai teknologi informasi dan komunikasi untuk memfasilitasi belajar dan memecahkan pembelajaran sesuai dengan perkembangan IPTEK tahun 2025 dengan akreditasi unggul. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris memiliki visi menghasilkan guru bahasa Inggris yang kreatif, kritis, berdaya saing global, islami, dan berkarakter. Dengan akreditasi unggul, pendidikan masyarakat memiliki visi untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang mampu mengelola, mengkaji, dan mengembangkan program pendidikan masyarakat berdasarkan nilai-nilai keislaman yang berdaya saing global. Dengan akreditasi unggul, pendidikan vokasional desain fashion memiliki visi menghasilkan lulusan profesional dalam bidang pendidikan vokasional desain fashion yang islami dan berdaya saing global dengan akreditasi baik. Pendidikan profesi guru memiliki visi menjadi program studi terkemuka untuk menghasilkan pendidik profesional berdaya saing global, berbasis keislaman dan teknologi. Pendidikan matematika memiliki visi menjadi program studi S1, pendidikan matematika yang unggul berbasis keislaman dan teknologi dalam menghasilkan tenaga pendidikan matematika yang profesional pada tahun 2030. Kami menyediakan fasilitas dan sarana lengkap untuk mendukung proses belajar mengajar, mulai dari laboratorium pendidikan, perpustakaan, hingga ruang kelas yang nyaman. Bergabunglah dengan berbagai organisasi mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan soft skills, leadership, dan jaringan pertemanan. Kami memiliki Dewan Perwakilan Mahasiswa, DPM, Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, BEM, dan banyak lagi yang siap mendukung aktivitasmu. Program magang dan kuliah kerja nyata, KKN, menjadi bagian tak terpisahkan dari kurikulum kami. Mahasiswa kami diberi kesempatan untuk menerapkan ilmu yang telah dipelajari secara langsung di lapangan. Prestasi mahasiswa kami tidak perlu diragukan lagi, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kami bangga dengan berbagai penghargaan yang telah diraih di berbagai bidang. Lulusan kami telah tersebar di berbagai penjuru, berkarir sebagai pendidik, peneliti, konsultan pendidikan, dan banyak lagi. Mereka diakui dan atas kompetensi dan dedikasi mereka. Daftarkan dirimu sekarang melalui penerimaan mahasiswa baru dan jadilah bagian dari keluarga besar kami di HTTPS SPMBed Macuika Bogor.co.id atau bisa berkunjung Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor.
Demi nusa bangsa agama, angkatan mahasiswa, Universitas Ibnu Khaldun, meraih ilmu dalam dan tekun, menyingkap gerbang hari esok, para persada jaya. Masyarakat utama demi nusa bangsa agama, angkatan mahasiswa, Universitas Ibnu Khaldun, meraih ilmu dalam dan tekun, menyingkap gerbang hari esok, para persada jaya. Masyarakat utama Raja Bumi Indonesia.
Welcome to Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor, a place where faith, knowledge, and morality unite to shape outstanding intellectuals. As an institution grounded in Islamic values, Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor emphasizes the integration of modern science with religious values in line with its motto, faith, knowledge, and morality. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor holds a grand vision to become an excellent university based on Islamic research and technology with global competitiveness by 2040. To achieve this vision, Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has formulated structured vision, mission, goals, and strategies to ensure the creation of competent graduates who are globally competitive. Main missions of Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor. A. Strengthening institutional capacity and professional governance. B. Developing research infrastructure based on Islamic studies and technology through strategic collaboration. C. Enhancing teaching models based on research and technopreneurship in a sustainable manner. D. Implementing international quality standards and accreditation to increase global competitive. Governance at Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor is based on good university governance principles, accountability, sustainability, and transparency. Decision-making is participative, transparent, and focused on achieving institutional goals. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has adopted ISO 9001:2015 and ISO 21001:2018 quality systems, integrated with advanced information technology to ensure effective academic data and service management. The university continues to strengthen its institutional credibility and reputation by responding proactively to global higher education trends and forming productive collaborations with industries and institutions. Governance transparency is ensured through open, easy, and accurate access to relevant information via a modern management information system. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor remains committed to quality education and service through internationally certified systems. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor's digital platforms include Siakat, Simpeg, CIMAK, e-library, Tracer Study, Repository, Simawa, e-learning, Scholarship Portal, Career Center System, Saluni, Graduation System, mobile apps, and help desk. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor is home to students who strive for excellence. In 2024, the number of applicants reached 4.878, with 3.098 accepted, an increase of over 47% compared to the previous year. Student life at Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor supports academic success and personal growth through 22 scholarship programs, including the Tafid Scholarship, with 169 recipients in 2024 alone. Career development services in partnership with industries, extending to the Asian market. Foreign language training to enhance global readiness. Counseling and extracurricular programs to nurture soft skills. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor offers access to a modern library, health center, career center in partnership with Jobs Street, language training, and a strong mentorship and scholarship ecosystem. Has 269 faculty members, 135 of whom hold 2%. Another 64 lecturers, 24%, are currently pursuing doctoral studies. Academic positions include 17 professors, 38 associate professors, 150 lecturers, 64 assistant lecturers. The lecturer-student ratio is 1:25, and the administrative staff-student ratio is 1:36, reflecting effective services. Additionally, from 2020 to 2024, Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor provided Hajj funding grants for 50 faculty and staff members, along with support for Umrah and Badal Hajj as part of welfare appreciation initiatives. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor continues to demonstrate excellent academic quality. By 2025, 13 study programs achieved Unggul, excellent accreditation, including Islamic Education, Bachelor, Master, Doctoral, Educational Technology, Bachelor, Master, Management, Bachelor, Master, Islamic Communication and Broadcasting, Bachelor, Community Education, Bachelor, Elementary School Teacher Education, Bachelor, English Education, Bachelor, and Accounting, Bachelor. Student achievements have also continued to grow. A total of 128 student awards were achieved by 2025, an increase of 31% from the previous year, at international, national, and regional levels. Research and community engagement at Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor have experienced rapid growth. Local research increased from 98, 2022 to 357, 2024. National research, 93. International research, 40. Local community engagement increased from 225, 2022 to 732, 2024. National community engagement, 36. International community engagement, 80. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor is also active in international KKN, community service internships, sending students to Thailand, Malaysia, and Medina to apply their knowledge in global contexts. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor publishes 45 academic journals, 31 of which are accredited by CINTA and 3 indexed by Copernicus. The university also produced 5 patents, 84 copyrights, and 98 ISBN registered books. Faculty publications include 3,400 in national journals, 379 in reputable international journals, 130 in other international journals, 459 in national seminars, 32 in international seminars, 78 in national mass media.
Kemarin udah aku
Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has also secured 27 Belmawa grants and multiple research grants. Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has achieved prestigious national recognition, including second place in the 2024 Spada Awards for Learning and Student Affairs. The rector of Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor won First Place Academic Leader 2023 from LL Dikti Region 4, category University Leaders with Additional Academic Duties. Gold winner, Best Private University for KIPI Management 2024. Gold winner, Best Career Center and Tracer Study Management 2024. Silver winner, Best PD Dikti Management, University and Institute category 2024. Alumni of Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor have excelled in diverse sectors. 311 graduates employed in multinational companies, 187 in national institutions, 1,289 in regional institutions, 2,047 entrepreneurs. At Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor, dreams are woven and futures are built. Join us in shaping a brighter tomorrow, driven by faith, knowledge, and morality. Come be part of the first, largest, and leading Islamic university in Bogor City.
Cek.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor, tempat di mana masa depan para pendidik handal dibentuk dan diolah dengan dedikasi tinggi keislaman. Visi kami adalah menjadi fakultas unggul, berdaya saing global, serta berbasis keislaman dan teknologi di bidang keguruan dan ilmu pendidikan. Fakultas kami menawarkan 6 program studi. Teknologi pendidikan memiliki visi menghasilkan lulusan Islami yang menguasai teknologi informasi dan komunikasi untuk memfasilitasi belajar dan memecahkan pembelajaran sesuai dengan perkembangan IPTEK tahun 2025 dengan akreditasi unggul. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris memiliki visi menghasilkan guru bahasa Inggris yang kreatif, kritis, berdaya saing global, islami, dan berkarakter. Dengan akreditasi unggul, pendidikan masyarakat memiliki visi untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang mampu mengelola, mengkaji, dan mengembangkan program pendidikan masyarakat berdasarkan nilai-nilai keislaman yang berdaya saing global. Dengan akreditasi unggul, pendidikan vokasional desain fashion memiliki visi menghasilkan lulusan profesional dalam bidang pendidikan vokasional desain fashion yang islami dan berdaya saing global dengan akreditasi baik. Pendidikan profesi guru memiliki visi menjadi program studi terkemuka untuk menghasilkan pendidik profesional berdaya saing global, berbasis keislaman dan teknologi. Pendidikan matematika memiliki visi menjadi program studi S1, pendidikan matematika yang unggul berbasis keislaman dan teknologi dalam menghasilkan tenaga pendidikan matematika yang profesional pada tahun 2030. Kami menyediakan fasilitas dan sarana lengkap untuk mendukung proses belajar mengajar, mulai dari laboratorium pendidikan, perpustakaan, hingga ruang kelas yang nyaman. Bergabunglah dengan berbagai organisasi mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan soft skills, leadership, dan jaringan pertemanan. Kami memiliki Dewan Perwakilan Mahasiswa, DPM, Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, BEM, dan banyak lagi yang siap mendukung aktivitasmu. Program magang dan kuliah kerja nyata, KKN, menjadi bagian tak terpisahkan dari kurikulum kami. Mahasiswa kami diberi kesempatan untuk menerapkan ilmu yang telah dipelajari secara langsung di lapangan. Prestasi mahasiswa kami tidak perlu diragukan lagi, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kami bangga dengan berbagai penghargaan yang telah diraih di berbagai bidang. Lulusan kami telah tersebar di berbagai penjuru, berkarir sebagai pendidik, peneliti, konsultan pendidikan, dan banyak lagi. Mereka diakui dan dihormati atas kompetensi dan dedikasi mereka. Mari bergabung dengan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Daftarkan dirimu sekarang melalui penerimaan mahasiswa baru dan jadilah bagian dari keluarga besar kami di HTTPS SPMB Marcuika Bogor.co.id atau bisa berkunjung di Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor.
Welcome to Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor, a place where faith, knowledge, and morality unite to shape outstanding intellectuals. As an institution grounded in Islamic values, Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor emphasizes the integration of modern science with religious values in line with its motto, faith, knowledge, and morality. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor holds a grand vision to become an excellent university based on Islamic research and technology with global competitiveness by 2040. To achieve this vision, Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has formulated structured vision, mission, goals, and strategies to ensure the creation of competent graduates who are globally competitive. Main missions of Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor: A. Strengthening institutional capacity and professional governance. B. Developing research infrastructure based on Islamic studies and technology through strategic collaboration. C. Models based on research and technopreneurship in a sustainable manner. D. Implementing international quality standards and accreditation to increase global competitive. Governance at Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor is based on good university governance principles: accountability, sustainability, and transparency. Decision-making is participative, transparent, and focused on achieving institutional goals. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has adopted ISO 9001:2015 and ISO 21001:2018 quality systems, integrated with advanced information technology to ensure effective academic data and service management. The university continues to strengthen its institutional credibility and reputation by responding proactively to global higher education trends and forming productive collaborations with industries and institutions. Governance transparency is ensured through open, easy, and accurate access to relevant information via a modern management information system. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor remains committed to quality education and service through internationally certified systems. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor forms include SIAKAD, SIMPEG, CMOC, e-library, Tracer Study, Repos, e-learning, Scholarship Portal, Career Center System, Saluni, Graduation System, mobile apps, and help desk. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor is home to students who strive for excellence. In 2024, the number of applicants reached 4.878, with 3.098 accepted, an increase of over 47% compared to the previous year. Student life at Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor supports academic success and personal growth through 22 scholarship programs, including the Tafid Scholarship, with 169 recipients in 2024 alone. Career development services in partnership with industries, extending to the Asian market. Foreign language training to enhance global readiness. Counseling and extracurricular programs to nurture soft skills. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor offers access to a modern library, health center, career center in partnership with JobStreet, language training, and a strong mentorship and scholarship ecosystem. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has 269 faculty members, 135 of whom hold doctoral degrees, 50.2%. Another 64 lecturers, 24%, are currently pursuing doctoral studies. Academic positions include 17 professors, 38 associate professors, 150 lecturers, 64 assistant lecturers. The lecturer-student ratio is 125, and the administrative staff-student ratio is 136, reflecting effective services. Additionally, from 2020 to 2024, Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor provided Hajj funding grants for 50 faculty and staff members, along with support for Umrah and Badal Hajj as part of welfare appreciation initiatives. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor continues to demonstrate excellent academic quality. By 2025, 13 study programs achieved Unggul, excellent accreditation, including Islamic Education, Bachelor, Master, Doctoral, Educational Technology, Bachelor, Master, Management, Bachelor, Master, Islamic Communication and Broadcasting, Bachelor, Community Education, Bachelor, elementary school teacher education, Bachelor, English education, Bachelor, and accounting, Bachelor. Student achievements have also continued to grow. A total of 128 student awards were achieved by 2025, an increase of 31% from the previous year, at international, national, and regional levels. Research and community engagement at Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor have experienced rapid growth. Local research increased from 98, 2022 to 357, 2024. National research, 93. International research, 40. Local community engagement increased from 225, 2022, 36. International community engagement, 80. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor is also active in international KKN, community service internships, sending students to Thailand, Malaysia, and Medina to which is 45 academic journals, 31 of which are accredited by CINTA and 3 indexed by Copernicus. The university also produced 5 patents, 84 copyrights, and 98 ISBN registered books. Faculty publications include 3,400 in national journals, 379 in reputable international journals, 130 in other international journals, 459 in national seminars, 32 in international seminars, 78 in national mass media. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has also secured 27 Belmawa grants and multiple research grants from Kemdikbudristek by 2025. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor has achieved prestigious national recognition, including second place in the 2024 Spada Awards for Learning and Student Affairs. The rector of Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor won First Place Academic Leader 2023 from LL Dikti Region 4, category University Leaders with Additional Academic Duties. Gold winner, Best Private University for KIPI Management 2024. Gold winner, Best Career Center and Tracer Study Management 2024. Silver winner, Best PD Dikti Management, University and Institute category 2024. Alumni of Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor have excelled in diverse sectors. 311 graduates employed in multinational companies, 1,187 in national institutions, 1,289 in regional institutions, 2,047 entrepreneurs. At Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor, dreams are woven and futures are built. Join us in shaping a brighter tomorrow, driven by faith, knowledge, and morality. Come be part of the first, largest, and leading Islamic university in Bogor City.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor, tempat di mana masa depan para pendidik handal dibentuk dan diolah dengan dedikasi tinggi keislaman. Visi kami adalah menjadi fakultas unggul, berdaya saing global, serta berbasis keislaman dan teknologi di bidang keguruan dan ilmu pendidikan.
Test, test. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, kindly ensure that the microphone is muted to avoid any interruptions during the seminar. Thank you for your cooperation. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا وحبيبنا وشفيعنا محمد عليه أفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم. Honorable Professor Dr. H.E. Mujahideen MSE, Rector of Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor. Our respected representative of the Rector, Alan Jelani. Our distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Nanik Ratnawati Amham, Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor. Dr. Christopher Leslie, lecturer at Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. Our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. H. Deden Iskandar, MPD, the chairman of APSI, Indonesian School Supervisors Association, Bogor City. And our respected moderator for today, Ibu Maulidia Rahmawati Anwar, MPD, lecturer at Department of English Education, Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor. I warmly welcome all of you, our keynote speakers, our honored guest speaker, our lecturers, and participants from inside and outside Java Island. It is truly a great honor and privilege to welcome you all to this blessed and long-awaited event, the National Conference, the Bogor English Students and Teachers Conference, proudly known as the BEST Conference, the 6th BEST Conference 2026. My name is Angel Jaibua, and I'm truly delighted to serve as the Master of Ceremony for today's event. This year, we proudly carry a powerful and timely theme, the future of English language teaching, trends, technologies, and innovations. Organized by the English Education Department of Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor. This conference aims to provide a platform for scholars, educators, and students to exchange ideas, share research, and deepen our understanding of English language teaching in this modern era. Today, we are history makers, shaping the future in this modern age. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our warmest welcome to all of you, to all the participants. May today's conference be insightful and inspiring and enriching for all of us. Before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly read the agenda for today's conference. We will start by the opening, followed by reciting Al-Quran, Surah Luqman, verses 12 until 19 by Islam Shamil Fatahillah, a student at English Education Study Program. Then the singing of Indonesian National Anthem. After that, we will have the opening speech by the representative of the Rector of Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor. After that, we will hear a dua by Baba R. Muhajir, a lecturer of English Education Study Program. Then we will have a presentation from the guest speaker, Papa Dr. H. Deden Iskandar. Then we will hand over to our moderator for today, Ibu Maulidia Rahmawati. Then followed by the first keynote speaker, Ibu Dr. H.J. Nanik Ratnawati. Then followed by the second keynote speaker, Dr. Christopher Leslie. Then we will have a Q&A session to our two keynote speakers, then a photo session. Then we will go to the parallel session, which will be moderated by students from the English Education Department. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the recitation of the Holy Quran, Surah Luqman, verses 12 until 19, which will be recited by Islam Shamil Fatahillah, a student of the English Education Department, and as a student who is doing the KKN, Kuliah Kerja Nyata, in Medina. To Islam Shamil, the floor is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ولقد آتينا لقمان الحكمة أن اشكر لله ومن يشكر فإنما يشكر لنفسه ومن كفر فإن الله غني حميد. وإذ قال لقمان لابنه وهو يعظه يا بني لا تشرك بالله إن الشرك لظلم عظيم ووصينا الإنسان بوالديه حملته أمه وهنا على وهن على وهن وفصاله في عامين أن اشكر لي ولوالديك إلي المصير وإن جاهداك على أن تشرك بي ما ليس لك به علم فلا تطعهما وصاحبهما في الدنيا معروفا واتبع سبيل من أناب إلي ثم إلي مرجعكم فأنبئكم بما كنتم تعملون يا بني إنها إن تك مثقال حبة من خردل فتكن في صخرة أو في السماوات أو في الأرض يأت بها الله إن الله لطيف خبير يا بني أقم الصلاة وأمر بالمعروف وانه عن المنكر واصبر على ما أصابك إن ذلك من عزم الأمور ولا تصعر خدك للناس ولا تمش في الأرض مرحا إن الله لا يحب كل مختال فخور وقصد في مشيك واغضض من صوتك إن أنكر الأصوات لصوت الحمير صدق الله العظيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. صدق الله العظيم. Thank you, Islam Shamil, for the recitation. May Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless our gathering today, grant us beneficial knowledge, and allow this program go and run smoothly and successfully. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the singing of our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. We kindly invite all participants to have an appropriate posture and join respectfully. Please ensure your microphone is muted.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah ku berdiri dan hanyut ibuku. Indonesia ku bangsaku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita bersatu, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bersatu rakyatku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya, untuk Indonesia Raya. hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, padaku negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Distinguished guests and participants, we now proceed to the opening remarks. It is our great honor to invite the representative of the Rector of Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor, Baba Alan Jailani, to deliver his official opening speech. To the Honorable Baba Alan Jailani, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Angel. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Raditu billahi robba wa bil islami dina wa bi Muhammadin nabiy wa rasulah wa bi jinni alman warzuqni fahman. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, distinguished speakers, respected lecturers, teachers, students, and participants from various universities and also schools. On behalf of Rector of Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor, Professor Dr. Haji Mujahidin MSI, who at this moment we apologize that is unable to be present due to an official meeting with the Mayor of Bogor. I am honored to convey this warm greeting and to present him as in the opening the 6th Best Conference 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a privilege to welcome you to a conference that aims, of course, to translate the word from the word best, right, from its acronym, let's say, into the genuine standard of intellectual excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, university lives not because of its building, but because of its conversations. And today, those conversations take the form of research papers, teaching practices, and shared reflection. And you know that, ladies and gentlemen, English today is no longer merely a subject in the curriculum. It is a language of global dialogue, scientific exchange, and cross-cultural understanding. It means that teaching English is not simply about grammar accuracy or vocabulary mastery. If that were the case, let's say perhaps that artificial intelligence could easily replace us, right? And it means that education is about shaping human beings. And English teachers are in many ways architects of global civilizations, but of course still grounding students in their own culture and also the moral values like faith, knowledge, and morality. The primary goal of this conference is to gather ideas and share best practices in English language teaching and in academia. Sharing best practices is an act of intellectual humility. It means that we acknowledge that knowledge grows when it is shared, debated, and refined together. We are really proud that this conference is organized by English Education Study Program of the Faculty of Teacher Training, Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor. We also extend our sincere appreciations to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Christopher Leslie from Prince Songkla University, Thailand. Thank you, Dr. Chris, for being with us. And also the guest speaker, Bapak Dr. Haji Deden Iskandar MPD. And the other speaker, actually, as the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training, Ibu Dr. Hajah Nanik Retnawati M.Hum. Thank you very much. Your present represent international academic partnership and shared intellectual commitment that, of course, strengthens our global academic engagement. Also, the presence of the participant from Universitas Kuningan, UIN Antasari Banjarmasin, UIN Wali Songo Semarang, Universitas Diponegoro, Universitas Pakuan, Universitas Islam Indragiri Riau, Universitas Muhammadiyah Bogoraya, Widya Mandira Catholic University, SMA Sejahtera Surabaya, SMAN 10 Bogor, SMKN 1 Cibinong, and many others. Clearly, of course, your participants demonstrate that academic collaborations transcends the, let's say, geographical boundaries. There is a well-known educational philosophy: teaching is not filling a bucket, but lighting a fire. So we hope this conference will not only produce proceedings, but also ignite intellectual catalysts that warm our passion, illuminate methodological challenges, and perhaps gently push out our comfort zones. That's the point. Finally, on behalf of Rector of Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor, I wish you a fruitful and inspiring conference, of course. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby officially declare the 6th PES Conference 2026 open. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Alan Jelani, for your inspiring and motivation remarks. May your words encourage us actively to participate and gain the most from today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, to seek blessing for our event today, we now invite Baba Al-Muhajir MPD, the respected lecturer of the English Education Study Program, to lead us in dua. To Baba Muhajir, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, amma ba'd. Distinguished speakers, respectable participants, ladies and gentlemen, let's start beginning the praying by reciting Al-Fatiha. Al-Fatiha. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin arrahmanir rahim maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammadil Fatih lima ughliq al khatim lima sabaq. Nasirul haq bil haq al hadi ila siratikal mustaqim wa la haqa qadri wa miqdaril 'azim. Allahumma ij'al awwala yaumina hadha salahan. Oh Allah, my Lord, please make the beginning of our program is full of kindness. Wa awsatuhu falahan, and make the process of this program full of happiness. Wa a'udzu bika wa akhiruhu najahan. Oh Allah, my Lord, please make the last of this program, the end of this program is full of the successful. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma ultuf bina fi taysri kulli asir fa inna taysra kulli asir alikal yasir wa nas'aluka al-yusra wal mu'afata fi dunya wal akhirah bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Al-Fatihah. Okay, thank you. May the beginning of this program full of the kindness, and the process at the middle of this program full of happiness, and at the end of this program is full of the successful. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam.
wa barakatuh. Amin ya Rabbil Alameen. May Allah make the Quran the light of our hearts, the comfort of our souls, and remove from us all worries and difficulties. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to one of the most anticipated sessions for today's conference, the presentation from our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. H. Dedan Iskander, MPD, the chairman of APSI Bogor City. Before we begin, let me briefly introduce his profile. Dr. Dedan Iskander, he completed his primary education in 1987, his junior secondary education in 1990, and senior secondary education in 1994. He earned his bachelor degree from Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor in 1999, his master's degree from Universitas Pakuan in 2009, and recently he completed his doctoral degree at Universitas Pakuan in 2025. Throughout his professional career, he demonstrated remarkable dedication to education. He served as a vocational high school teacher from 1995 to 2013, and as a junior high school teacher from 1996 to 2020. He has also held leadership positions as principal of SMP and SMK since 2021. He has been serving as a school supervisor for the junior high school. Currently, he serves as the chairman of APSI, Indonesian School Supervisors Association of Bogor City for the 2022 until 2027 period. In addition, he had been a secretary of the Bogor City of Junior High School Student Council from 2005 to 2008, a secretary of the Bogor City Vocational High School Student Council from 2016 to 2022. He also been a chair of the Bogor City Vocational High School Student Council from 2025 to 2029. Also a vice chair of the Bogor City Vocational High School Student Council from 2022 to 2025. Without further ado, to Baba Dr. H. Didid Iskandar MPD, the floor is yours.
Kita sayyidina Rasulullah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'ahum bi ya sama-sama.
Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin wa ala washabi ajma'in amma ba'du. The first time I'm sorry because I should join to this program because I have many tasks for this time this day. Sorry. Maaf saya lagi. Saya masih baru bisa bergabung kegiatan ini, barusan dalam perjalanan. Jadi ada beberapa yang harus diselesaikan terkait dengan kegiatan. Mohon maaf. Yang pertama, yang saya hormati Bapak Ibu, Pak Panitia terutama kegiatan ini, izin mungkin sebelumnya saya di sini tadi sudah diperkenalkan, izin saya pakai bahasa Indonesia, kelihatan Bu ya, mohon izin.
Tidak apa-apa Bapak, bangga ya. Serius Bapak bangga.
Mohon. Alhamdulillah, satu kebanggaan bagi kami pada hari ini saya bisa bergabung dalam kegiatan yang memang sangat baik dan kelihatannya sungguh bermanfaat terutama untuk rekan-rekan di dunia pendidikan Bapak Ibu. Izin perkenalkan, kebetulan saya bertugas di Dinas Pendidikan Kota Bogor dan alhamdulillah dipercaya oleh teman-teman di kegiatan kepengawasan jadi Ketua APSI atau Asosiasi Pengawas Sekolah Indonesia Kota Bogor dari mulai tingkat SD, SMP, SMA dan SMK, juga penilik di Kota Bogor. Nah, dari tahun 2022 dan insya Allah 5 tahun ke depan, gitu Bapak Ibu. Kemudian, alhamdulillah hari ini saya bisa bergabung dengan tim di kegiatan FLT ini, Bapak Ibu, yang berfokus pada kegiatan peningkatan kualitas mutu, ya, kualitas mutu dalam kegiatan pembelajaran. Sebetulnya saya juga sudah menyiapkan ada PPT ya Bapak Ibu yang insya Allah bentar saya buka dulu, izin. Tadi itu baru sampai di kantor, tadi ada kegiatan di sekolah sehingga izin Bapak Ibu, dalam kegiatan ini, The Future of English Language Teaching di Current Technology and Innovation, alhamdulillah saya bisa bergabung dalam kegiatan ini yang mudah-mudahan bisa lebih menambah suasana dan wawasan yang terbaik dalam kegiatan-kegiatan yang dilaksanakan di Universitas UIK ini, Bapak Ibu ya. Baik, sementara dalam kegiatan Future English Language Teaching di dunia sekolah terutama, karena kami atau saya bergerak di sekolah, pembelajaran sekarang ini memang diarahkan semua mata pelajaran terutama itu sudah student center di mana kita menjadi pusat untuk kegiatan pembelajaran bagi kita semua. Nah, kemudian real life-nya juga diharuskan dalam kegiatan pembelajaran dengan komunikasi nyata sesuai dengan kehidupan masyarakat, kehidupan kenyataan para siswa, Bapak Ibu. Dan kemudian teknologi digitalnya juga sekarang seiring dengan perkembangan itu juga menjadi fokus dalam kegiatan pembelajaran mendatang atau dimulai sekarang yang ke vokasionalnya itu diharapkan di dunia kerja dan mengikuti era globalisasi dalam kegiatan setiap pembelajarannya. Nah, trennya Bapak Ibu dalam kegiatan Future English Language Teaching ini itu pertama harus ada komunikatif atau real life learning di mana menukik kepada dalam bahasa Inggris, pelajaran bahasa Inggris digunakan dalam keadaan situasi nyata karena di sekolah-sekolah itu terutama sekarang di tingkat SMA maupun SMK itu lebih banyak di kegiatan presentasi, kemudian wawancara untuk ke dunia kerja, dan terkadang anak-anak SMK terutama di vokasi itu dipersiapkan untuk bisa menjadi tenaga ahli media di luar negeri, sehingga mereka butuh percakapan internasional, terutama yang berbahasa Inggrisnya. Kemudian juga di teknologi dan integrated learning juga sudah mulai di kegiatan pembelajaran itu pakai AI, kemudian learning manajemennya dan menggunakan video interaktif dalam kegiatan tren FLT terutama di dunia persekolahan. Kemudian juga strateginya dalam kegiatan pembelajaran ini sudah menggunakan project based learning, kemudian diarahkan dengan collaborative learning-nya, artinya di mana anak-anak kita dalam dunia kepengawasan kami diarahkan untuk memantau kegiatan pembelajaran siswa yang melalui tadi proyek kelompok, diskusi, problem solving, dan lain-lain. Kemudian di personalized learning-nya juga pembelajaran dengan kemampuan siswanya tetap melihat kompetensi anak-anak, kemudian minat dan bakat siswanya juga kecepatan belajar masing-masing dari siswa itu juga jadi fokus kami di dunia kepengawasan. Kemudian di mengikuti abad 21 dengan skill 40-nya, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, dan communication juga itu menjadi fokus kami dalam kegiatan mendampingi sekolah-sekolah dan kegiatan pembelajaran mulai sekarang, terutama di abad 21 ini. Dan dengan teknologinya ada blended dan hybrid learning juga itu menjadi fokus di persekolahan sekarang ini. Apalagi dengan proyeknya Pak Menteri sekarang ini, setiap sekolah dari mulai PAUD, TK, SD, SMP, SMK, bahkan SLB itu diberikan satu perlengkapan dari kementerian itu berupa smartboard TV yang terkoneksi dengan dunia digital. Itu di setiap sekolah, semua sekolah. Nah, pendekatan yang ditekankan dalam pendekatan ILT, English Language Teaching sekarang ini, contohnya ada collaborative learning dengan kegiatan diskusi, ada reciprocal teaching, kemudian problem solving, ada writing and team game, contoh-contoh pendekatannya itu yang kami pantau dalam kegiatan pembelajaran di pembelajaran bahasa Inggris terutama Bapak Ibu. Nah, di mana peran pengawas, karena sebagai supervisor di lapangan, pengawas itu sekarang ini sesuai dengan Permen PAN RB-nya itu bertugas mendampingi sekolah, jadi bukan mengawasi. Sehingga ada beberapa yang kami tekankan sebagai pembina akademik. Jadi mungkin akademik mengawasi kalau dalam mata pelajaran guru bahasa Inggris. Karena sebetulnya pengawas ini bergeraknya bukan ke guru sekarang ini, tapi ke manajemen dan tata kelola persekolahan begitu. Nah, tapi ketika kita harus menuju ke mata pelajaran, ke Bapak Ibu guru, maka pengawas menerapkan pembelajaran komunikatif dalam bahasa Inggris, kemudian mengintegrasikan tadi 4 skill tadi, dari mulai critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication, kemudian juga pembelajaran mendalam yang deep learning, pendekatannya sesuai dengan Permendikbud nomor 13 tahun 2025. Ini pendekatan sekarang ya. Jadi ada joyful-nya, meaningful, dan mindful-nya. Nah, itu penekanan pembelajaran yang kami pantau dari dunia pengawasannya. Kemudian kami juga sebagai supervisor di sekolah itu sebagai fasilitator inovasi dan teknologi. Jadi mendorong rekan-rekan Bapak Ibu guru, kemudian atau para teacher atau itu untuk lebih memanfaatkan teknologi digital AI-nya. Karena kalau tidak mengikuti itu kita akan ketinggalan oleh para siswa terutama. Kemudian juga penggunaan LMS ini diarahkan dalam kegiatan pembelajaran dengan media interaktif serta aplikasi-aplikasi yang berbahasa Inggris, terutama di pelajaran bahasa Inggris. Kemudian juga memfasilitasi rekan-rekan Bapak Ibu guru dalam kegiatan model blended learning atau flipped classroom. Kemudian juga selanjutnya untuk pengawas juga sebagai pengarah implementasi kurikulum. Nah, kurikulum sekarang ini di sekolah-sekolah itu namanya kurikulum merdeka. Jadi dilaksanakan secara nasional, walaupun penyebutannya juga banyak rekan-rekan yang menyebut bahwa kurikulum nasional gitu. Padahal kurikulum merdeka diterapkan secara nasional. Nah, kami memastikan itu terlaksana, gitu, terlaksana sesuai dengan Permendikbud nomor 13 tadi. Kemudian tercapainya capaian pembelajaran, itu juga kami pantau. Kemudian profil lulusan juga terintegrasi, itu dalam pemantauan kami dalam pengarah implementasi kurikulum. Kemudian pengawas sekolah juga sebagai evaluator dan penjamin mutu, di mana mengobservasi proses pembelajaran yang tugas utamanya dilakukan oleh kepala sekolah. Nah, kami memantau kepala sekolah, lalu memberi umpan balik yang konstruktif untuk kemajuan kualitas mutu sekolah, dan mendorong asesmen yang autentik, itu di evaluator dan penjaminan mutu. Kemudian kami juga sebagai motivator dan agen perubahan, di mana menjadi role model pembelajaran yang inovatif, kemudian meningkatkan, membangun mindset guru agar terbuka pada perubahan, lalu mengurangi ketakutan guru terhadap teknologi. Karena beberapa rekan-rekan guru juga, terutama yang lahir-lahir di tahun-tahun 70-an ke bawah, itu masih ada Bapak Ibu guru yang memang alergi dengan teknologi. Gitu. Itu kita harus berikan pengembangan. Lalu juga sebagai penghubung stakeholder, pengawas itu atau supervisor, di mana menjembatani guru dengan guru, guru dengan kepala sekolah, kemudian kepala sekolah yang ada pendidikan, ataupun yang vokasionalnya, yang mengawasi di vokasional dengan dunia industri atau dunia usaha. Nah, kami ini supervisor, jadi bukan subject supervisor sekarang ini dunia kepengawasan, jadi pengawas sekolah, bukan pengawas mata pelajaran. Hanya kadang beberapa rekan-rekan diberikan tugas dari dinas baik Provinsi Jawa Barat maupun dinas pendidikan membina dan membimbing ada yang disebut dengan komunitas belajar atau kombel. Dulu disebutnya MGMP. Jadi punya tugas tambahannya selain membimbing, membina sekolah, juga membina mata pelajaran. Nah, tugas utamanya sebetulnya kami berperan penting di dalam mengawal saja dan mengarahkan implementasi dalam bahasa Inggris, berarti teacher English teaching-nya dengan melalui pembinaan gurunya, fasilitas, memastikan fasilitasnya mendukung, kemudian juga mutunya kita terawasi dalam kegiatan pembelajaran, serta penguatan kompetensi yang menuju ke abad 21, sehingga pembelajaran ini relevan dengan situasi dan kondisi sekarang. Itu beberapa tugas dari kami di supervisor di kepengawasan terkait dengan kegiatan pembelajaran di masa sekarang ini. Salah satunya di kegiatan English and Teaching yang sedang akan kita bahas yang insya Allah oleh narasumber lebih mendetailnya, Bapak Ibu. Nah, kami juga melakukan instrumen supervisi, walaupun ini sebetulnya yang melakukan menukik itunya adalah Bapak Ibu Kepala Sekolah karena tugas mereka di lapangan. Tapi kami juga memantau ketercapaian mereka dengan instrumen supervisi pembelajaran. Ini salah satu contoh saja. dimulai dari identitas, kemudian ada prinsip pembelajaran yang deep learning-nya, karena kita berbasis pendekatan deep learning, kurikulum merdekanya. Kemudian terpastikan bahwa itu dilaksanakan oleh Bapak Ibu guru, termasuk kegiatan instrumen supervisi yang berbasis 8 profil lulusan. Nah, profil lulusannya juga dipastikan bisa tercapai dalam setiap kegiatan pembelajaran. Kemudian nanti dilanjutkan dengan refleksi sehingga ada catatan observasi pembelajarannya dan direkomendasikan tindak lanjut dari kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh Bapak Ibu guru melalui kepala sekolah. Kita duduk bersama untuk melakukan sebuah refleksi dan rekomendasi baik ke tingkat dinas pendidikan untuk satu kebijakan maupun ke yayasan kalau sekolah-sekolah swasta. Nah itu Bapak Ibu kurang lebih yang bisa saya sampaikan dalam kegiatan ini. Mudah-mudahan insya Allah nanti kita akan mendapatkan banyak manfaat dari kegiatan yang insya Allah akan disampaikan oleh narasumber yang berkompeten dalam kegiatan ini. Sekali lagi mohon maaf saya tadi terburu-buru dan masuk juga pas masuk ternyata langsung harus berbicara jadi
Hatur
mungkin
nuhun
ada
Bapak, hatur
persiapan
nuhun
yang
ya.
kurang ini
Sawios,
ya. Sekali lagi terima kasih, mudah-mudahan terus kita bisa lebih baik lagi dalam kegiatan melayani masyarakat di dunia pendidikan, khususnya di mata pelajaran bahasa Inggris, sehingga anak-anak kita ke depan bisa lebih baik dari kita, terutama kita yang sudah baik, anak kita lebih baik. Itu saja, mohon maaf pada semuanya, all audience, thank you for attention. See you later. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hatur nuhun Pak Deden, hatur nuhun
Ya,
pisan
ya.
Bapak, hatur nuhun, terima kasih.
Mohon.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Deden Iskandar, for your insightful, enlightening, and thought-provoking presentation. Your valuable perspectives have greatly enriched our understanding of educational supervision and innovation in English language teaching. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session of our conference will be guided and moderated by our respected moderator, Ibu Maulidia Rahmawati Noor, MPD, a lecturer at the Department of English Education, Universitas Ibn Khaldun, Bogor. But before that, let me read her profile. She is a dedicated lecturer at the Department of English Education, Universitas Ibn Khaldun, Bogor, where she has been serving since 2007 as a pre-service English teacher educator. For nearly 2 decades, she has been actively involved in preparing and monitoring English teachers for the future. Her academic expertise focus on reflective practice in language education, language teacher professional development, and teaching English to young learners. These areas reflects her strong commitment in improving the quality of English language teaching and supporting teachers' continuous professional growth. In addition to her professional and teaching career, she is actively engaged in various academic and professional communities, including the Indonesian Community of Educational Action Researchers, ICEAR, Primary English Language Teachers in Indonesia, PELTIN, Asosiasi Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, APSBPE, West Java, and the ESP Teachers Community. Her involvement in these forums demonstrates her dedication for collaboration and academic development. She has also practiced in several international workshops and professional teachings, such as literacy for teacher educators at Western Sydney University, English academic writing training conducted by the Regional English Language Office of the U.S. Embassy, Jakarta, as well as manuscript writing workshops for Scubus indexed journal publication organized by Teflon. As a researcher, she has published articles in nationally accredited journals indexed in Sinta2 and has contributed to internationally indexed publication, including Scubus indexed works. Her research explores teacher identity development, reflective practice, emotional experiences in EFL teaching, and digital pedagogy competence. With her strong academic background, extensive teaching experience, and active research contributions, we are truly honored to have her guiding and moderating today's event. But before that, let me conclude my role as a master of ceremony for today's event. I would like to sincerely apologize for any mistakes or shortcomings during this proceeding. Once again, welcome to the Sixth Best Conference 2026. May this conference be productive, insightful, and inspiring for all of us. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And now, without further delay, to our respected moderator, Ibu Maulidia Rahmawati Noor, MPD, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can you hear my voice? Okay. Thank you so much, my dear Angel. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Hope my voice is okay. Can you hear my voice, everyone? Okay. Hope my voice is okay. Okay, good. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, hello, everyone. I can see many of you from different schools, from different institutions. I can see some of my colleagues from Universitas Kuningan, UIN Antasari, UIN Wali Songo, Universitas Diponegoro, and I think I can see some familiar faces from my colleague from Pakuan University and other institution. A very warm welcome to you all, everybody. My name's Lydia. I'm joining from Ibnu Khaldun University, Bogor. So delighted to be your moderator for this session today. Well, before we start, I would like to cover a few housekeeping items. First, audience, please use the chat for the general comments, for your general comments, feedbacks, or questions to the speaker, to the keynote speakers. Or you can use the Zoom chat, right? You can use the Zoom chat to share your thoughts, reflections as we go along. And then the second, microphone should remain off throughout the session. And the third one is about the certificates. I'm very sure that you are wondering about the certificate of the attendance. Yeah, the certificates of the attendance will be shared 4 or 5 days after the conference. So you will find it in your email or in your WhatsApp number. Okay, before we begin, everyone, to warm up, I'm going to ask a quick questions for you. Are you ready? I'm going to ask a quick questions for you. Okay, my first question is about your feeling. What crosses in your mind attending this session? Please write one word to express your feeling now attending the session. I'm waiting for your answers in the Zoom chat. Okay. Right, excited. Okay. Excited. Georges. Okay, nervous. All right. You are going to present, right? Your topic. Sleepy? A bit nervous? Excited. Okay. Happy. All right. Nervous. Right. Okay. Some of you mentioned that you're feeling nervous today. Curious, amazing, passionate, nervous. Thank you. Thank you for your answers. Now I'm going to ask the next question. Second question, everyone. Are you ready? The second one, the second question is related to our topic today about the innovation, the challenges, the trends of technology, right? My next question is, what has been your biggest challenge in your English learning or English teaching in your context? So what is the biggest challenge that you are facing in your English learning or teaching? I'm waiting for your answers in the Zoom chat. Go. All right. Lack of confidence? Okay, you are struggling with the pronunciation, with the grammar. right? Okay, many of you mentioned that you are struggling with the conversation, with the grammar, pronunciation, classroom management. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for your response. All right. Thank you for your response. I think many of you agree with these challenges. Yeah, we have some challenges. Yeah, and I think we looks like that we have a similar problems. Yeah, everyone looks like that we are in the same boat, right? Facing similar problems in our teaching and learning journey. Okay, Ibu Eva, you're mentioning that how to bridge the theories into practice to real life. Yes, I agree with you, Ibu. It's so much challenging for the teachers and the teacher educators. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, wonderful, wonderful. So we have made our warming up activity right now. Then now let's meet our speakers today, everyone, who will share their insights, their own story, all the practical tips of changes to adapt with innovation in their context. They will be sharing their unique perspective as well. I would like to invite our speakers, our two keynote speakers today, to turn on the camera. First, hello Ibu Dr. Nani Retnawati. Hello Ibu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Assalamualaikum Ibu. Welcome to the session, Ibu. All right.
Waalaikumsalam.
Then we have a senior lecturer joining from Thailand, a senior lecturer from Thailand, Dr. Christopher Leslie. Hello, Dr. Chris.
Hello.
Hi, welcome to the session. Right. Okay, we have two keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker is Ibu Dr. Nani Retnawati, then will be followed by Dr. Christopher Leslie as the second keynote speaker. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce this first keynote speaker, Ibu Dr. Nani Retnawati. Right, Ibu Dr. Nani Retnawati is an experienced English teacher educator with over 30 years, if I'm mistaken, more than 30 years of teaching, not only in the context of a higher education level, but also in secondary education level. Now, Dr. Nani is the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor. Her research interests includes second language acquisition, psycholinguistics, applied linguistics, syllabus, and material development. Ibu Dr. Nani has published extensively in the field of second language acquisition and applied linguistic. Some articles include The Miracle Worker, a holistic approach to language acquisition, pedagogy, English learners' language used for chatting, syntactic and conversational analysis, and redefining and repositioning action research in school practices, and many other articles published in international and national indexed journals. Ibu Nanik, you have about 20 minutes, Ibu, to share your insights. Are you ready, Ibu?
Yes, Ibu Lydia.
Okay, right.
Fine.
The screen is yours, Ibu.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ibu Moderator. What warming welcome to this session. Yeah, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. dear colleagues and presenters, participants, and also the guest speaker, Bapak Deden Iskandar, and also Bapak Christopher Leslie. Yeah. So allow me to have the presentation for today. Okay, so the title of my presentation is Beyond the Classroom Collaborative Environment for Second Language Acquisition. Maybe this is a popular topic, yeah, but I would like to emphasize on the rethinking English learning through interaction, collaboration, and a community, yeah, community-based learning. Well, as we know that second language acquisition is fundamentally a social process, building an interactionalist and socio-cultural perspective. So beyond the classroom collaborative environment for SLE, examines how English learning can be reimagined through collaborative ecosystem and to connect classroom interaction, digital engagement, and community participation. So the focus of this talk actually is to rethink English learning not merely as a formal instruction, but as an interconnected network of interaction, collaboration, and shared responsibility among students, teachers, parents, and community. Okay. Well, why interaction matters? Well, to understand why collaborative environment matter, we need briefly revisited some theories, some major theories in language acquisition. We have here long interaction hypothesis, yeah, which said that language develops through interaction, particularly through the negotiation of meaning. When learners experience misunderstanding, clarification, request and feedback, actually they are adjusting with their language. This process pushes them to modify output and notice gaps in their knowledge. In other words, interaction creates learning opportunity. This is what we learn from Long's interaction hypothesis. And another famous theory is Vygotsky sociocultural perspective. And it said that learning is socially mediated. Cognitive development does not occur in isolation. It shapes through interaction with more capable peers, teachers, and even digital tools. Through scaffolding within the zone of proximal development, learners gradually gain independence. And then Alice also mentioned about that language is acquired through meaningful use. Learners do not develop proficiency simply by memorizing forms, but by language purposefully in authentic communication. And even earlier, Jeremy Brunner introduced the concept of language acquisition support system. He argued that language learning is inherently social. It is supported by structured interaction, routine, and collaborative engagement within the community. So taken together, all of these theories highlight actually one idea, that is language learning thrives in environments where interaction, collaboration, and social support are present. Well, and then I'm trying to find some collaborative learning in EFL researches, yeah, and then I found so many actually. Researchers in EFL consistently here shows that collaborative learning brings significant benefits. There are so many proofs here, yeah, delivered or provided by many experts and researchers. First, it improves speaking ability and builds learners' confidence because students have more opportunities to practice language in supportive peer setting. And second, it enhances motivation and engagement, as Journey explains that positive group dynamic encourage active participation and sustained effort. Third, collaboration enables peer scaffolding. studies by Swain and Storrs, learners co-construct knowledge by creative construction here, help each other notice language gaps and refine their output through dialogue. And in short, collaboration actually is not only a method, but it is the key driver of language development. So we here emphasize the importance of collaboration in learning. However, there are some limitation in the existing practices, like most collaborative learning actually takes place only within the classroom, and it largely teacher control. Interaction is often structured and confined to formal instructional settings. Most of the researchers here talk about the classroom activities, how to make the collaborative activities in the classroom setting. There is still limited attention to the broader forms of collaboration, such as cross-class interaction, inter-school partnership, and community-based collaboration. They suggest that collaborative learning has not been fully expanded beyond the classroom context. Okay, and then while learning environment matters, learning environment is very important. Language development does not grow from intention alone. It requires frequent exposure, consistent contact with the language. It requires authentic interaction, real communication, not scripted exchanges. Like most of teachers here, satisfied enough when the students are able to make the script and perform it in front of the class by reading. And then it requires safe spaces for practice where learners can make mistakes without fear. So when these elements are missing, language use becomes artificial. So we are now actually facing with the artificial language use. Students make complete exercises, but they do not truly communicate. They learn about English, but they do not live the English. Okay. Well, next is this is the current context research involving teachers, students, and also parents. For students involving about 200 students, respondents, and then also teachers, about 30 teachers, and parents, about 15 parents in my survey. So I tried to find the context of English learning at school. For the now we are finding the critical issue here. Our students actually are highly motivated. They claim that 70% of the respondents here enjoy learning English. This research takes place in the elementary school in Bogor. And then nearly 80% dreams of speaking fluently. So they want to be able to speak English. So we can see that the desire is there. The students have the desire, but the reality tells a different story. Like only 7.5% can actually speak fluently. Almost half, 49%, admit that they're not fluent or cannot speak at all. So the students here about the 7 to 6 grades of elementary school, and only 21.9% feel confident speaking with strangers. Even more concerning, fewer than 19% frequently experience real life connections with the English lesson. So we can see a striking gap here, a gap between aspiration and ability, between motivation and meaningful opportunity. The problem is actually not the willingness, because they claim that they really want to speak English. The problem is with the learning environment. So next is this is about teachers' practice and readiness. Yeah, so there were about 30 teachers, yeah, from novice to senior teachers, and then this diversity reflects a broad range of classroom realities. And then in the terms of professional development, the results are mixed. Yeah, 41%, 51.7% have attended training related to the digital and contextual learning. However, nearly half, 48.3% have never received such training. Yeah. This is the fact, the claim from the teachers, and most teachers, around 70%, report that they try to link lessons to students' daily life. Yeah, they have already done it, and yet the integrations of local culture and remain low. So they just use the book, for example, yeah, as the source, yeah, but not really the local context. Yeah. So again, we see the pattern. There is an awareness actually from the teachers, but there is an effort also, but the implementation remain partial and uneven. And then another result, yeah, is the authentic learning outside school is rare. Yeah. And then low access to extra learning. Digital use remains occasional, just for fun. Some once in a while, yeah, they watch the video, and sometimes some of them also use the application, but this is only for fun, yeah, and then occasional, yeah. And then the parent or community supports frequent only 27%. I asked them whether they also involve parents in teaching learning activities, but no one. Only claimed 27.6, yeah, but not directly. For example, inviting parents to the classroom for any contextual learning with the parents, for example. And then they claim that they use games, songs, conversation, digital media, and simple project also. But in this case, yeah, teachers clearly actually recognize the effective practices. They know that that's the effective way to teaching English, but they mention some games, song, conversation, digital tools, and simple project, yeah, as the engaging strategies, yeah, but the ecosystem to sustain them, yeah, to make the students get engaged always with the English environment remain missing, yeah. Okay, so another is from the parent survey, yeah, parent survey. Here, the 100% parents agree that English is important for English future, for their children's future. However, the home support is inconsistent and unsystematic. In terms of learning opportunities beyond school, about 57% of children have some exposure to English outside the classroom, but they do not, attend the extra English courses. Interestingly, digital access is not the main barrier actually, because parents here provide the children with the gadgets, yeah, but they use not consistently for acquiring the language through the digital tools or device. So once again, we see the potential in the environment, especially from the parents here, but high awareness, available devices, but limited structure support to turn access into meaningful learning opportunities. Yeah. Well, there are some challenges and expectation actually. So for parental involvement, yeah, they are aware, but they have the sustained practices, yeah. And then also parents also have the challenges also, yeah, like they have the limited English proficiency because the research here conducted at the Sekolah Negeri, yeah. Okay, and then low child motivation. Sometimes they would like to support the children, but the children have very low motivation and also low confidence and emotional factors, yeah. Some of the parents here claim that, well, if I force my children, yeah, to study, then they get emoted, yeah. They would like to have the gadgets for games, etc. Yeah. So actually, what are the parents' expectation from school? Yeah, so school should provide extra English program, yeah, learning media and digital sources, and then having the activities which are more interactive and contextual. Yeah. Well, so this one is the needs, yeah, for the English learning ecosystem. We need to move forward, yeah, from classroom technique to learning ecosystem, yeah. For example, started from cross-class project, yeah, and then moving forward to inter-school exchanges, yeah, and then community-based activities and digital supported interaction, yeah. So there are so many choices, yeah, to expand beyond the classroom activities. Well, so there must be collaboration, teachers, parents, and community to set the friendly environment for English, learning, yeah, to improve. Well, maybe for some parents, some conditions, they have got the good conditions so that there is no problem with learning English. But for most of the students, yeah, in our environment, they really need the environment support. Well, so what we need is the friendly English environment, yeah, starting from the classroom, and then we move to school, yeah. Classroom provides contextual learning. School provides also the environment, and also we can also collaborate among schools. And for the wider communities, yeah, we can also set so many activities to provide the English environment. Yeah, for classroom, we can see that as the power of interaction, there are so many potential for interaction. For example, teacher and students and students, but it's artificial. Many of the activities here just for to make the students learn for some topics, yeah, for example, yeah. And then in schools, yeah, we have a wider opportunities for interactions, like students within the classroom, in the same class, students and students, in different classes, yeah. And then students and teachers, their own English teachers, and also other English teachers or other teachers in that school. And then also we can find the environment where teachers are speaking each other also using English. So this is the real context, and English become a normal language to be spoken at school. And then we can also make a collaboration after they have got some skills there, so they can make a kind of collaboration with other schools, yeah, with many other programs. And also in wider communities, yeah, we need to call for the volunteers, yeah, volunteers to for in public places, offices, yeah, for example, so English become a normal language spoken in our community. Well, this is we can start from schools actually, and it needs the policy and the commitment of the English teachers, yeah. Friendly English environment. This is the examples of an English learning community that can be developed within a school. Beyond classroom instruction, teachers can help create supportive language environment throughout the school. Strong support from principals and all teachers is essential, especially when they are also willing to engage in learning and using English themselves. When a school becomes language friendly, the use of English become normal and visible in everyday activities. Yeah, like this is also, for example, setting the program for extracurricular activities, for example, English club. So those students who are joining in the English class, English club, for example, should be the ambassadors, should be the agents of changes in the school. Yeah, for example, they train and then once in a while or in a good program, structured program, they are put in the canteen at the shop at the school, yeah, selling something in English and then serving other students in English. And also they can also greet their other friends in front of the gate, morning friends, for example, and then give announcement in English, yeah, and then the students should have the access for language both in written and oral language, yeah. So, for example, the announcement can also be in simple English, yeah. So there are also some fun activities like storytelling and then talking, media, digital, and interaction in shopping days, yeah, for example. And there are still so many activities that can be conducted at school. And of course, it really depends on the school policy, yeah, commitment of the authority, like the principals and also other teachers. As the teachers, especially, yeah, so we have to emphasize that teachers should always learn, even though they are not English teachers, but they are as the global citizen and then the agent of change. Yeah, English is very important in global era. So actually, the skill of using English is not only for English teachers but also for other teachers. Even though maybe step by step can be done. Yeah. Okay, so this is the key message, yeah. So some of note here in chat, I saw that, well, theory and practice, we have the theory and then it's difficult to be practice, yeah. Gap between theory and practice. So actually one of the step that it's possibly done by English teachers is to move beyond classroom towards community supported language environment. So English teachers collaboration beyond the classroom is very needed. Yeah, and then as English teachers, we should be ready with that. Yeah. I think that's all, Ibu Malia. I'm so sorry I speak maybe too fast because you just give me 20 minutes for the presentation. Yeah, thank you. I think that's all my presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing, Ibu Dr. Nanik. It's so nice to start your presentation mentioning about the learning ecosystem. I believe that everyone will agree with you, Ibu. The English exposure can take place, right? Not only in the classroom, right? But beyond the classroom, not only inside the classroom, but outside the classroom. I think everyone agrees with you, Ibu Nani. Thank you so much, Ibu, for sharing. So, audience, if you have question, if you have question to Ibu Nani, if you have a general comments or feedback, or you want to reflect what you are facing challenges in your context, so you can just write it on the chat. Thank you so much, Ibu Dr. Nanik Reknowati. Right. So moving on, we still have a second keynote speaker, Dr. Christopher Leslie. Hello, Dr. Chris.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, fine. Now it's my great pleasure, everyone, to introduce the second keynote speaker, Dr. Christopher Leslie. All right. Dr. Christopher Leslie is a very experienced lecturer. In 2014 to 17, as a faculty members in New York University, lecturer in technology, culture, and society. In 2020 to 23, as a lecturer in Department of English, School of Foreign Languages, as a visiting professor of School of Foreign Languages in South China University of Technology, Guangzhou, China. And in 2023, he's a lecturer at the Faculty of Liberal Art, Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. Dr. Chris has published extensively in the field of ICT. He has published, writes so many articles, published in a very credible, reputable international journals. In 2023, right? Published in Palgrave Macmillan, and the latest one in 2025, The Histories of Computing in Asia, published by Springer, one of the very, very credible, reputable publisher in international journal databases. And also in 2024, about the current direction of in ICT and society, co-edited with David Krabs, published by Springer as well. And many, many wonderful, wonderful work history and article indexed in Scopus as SCI, AHCI. Wonderful, great. We learned a lot from you, Dr. Chris. Right. Dr. Chris will be speaking on, as it's related to our topic today, about the trends, about the technologies, about innovation that support English language learning and teaching. Okay, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Christopher Leslie. Dr. Chris, over to you.
Thank you, Professor. I want to just confirm with you that I'm speaking for 45 minutes, right?
Yes, you're right. Yeah,
okay, great.
Exactly right.
All right. Thank you so much for that warm introduction. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today to share some of my research. I'm so a little bit sad that I can't be there with you in person, but maybe that's something that we can talk about for a future collaboration. So let me share with you my slide presentation. And you can see I've given you my Facebook account there if somebody is interested in working together in the future. If you have any questions that maybe you don't have time to answer, feel free to send me a message on Facebook Messenger. My ID, if the QR code doesn't work for you, the ID is there, Chris Leslie BK. Although we're not together today in person, I was just recently in Tunisia. I was scuba diving in Raja Ampat, such a beautiful area. So I hope that you have had the chance to go. It's a beautiful part of Indonesia. And that's me and my dive buddies and our guide from Papua. So it was a really great trip for New Year's. Because of the great introduction, I don't have to introduce myself. I just add that I was born in a small town. So although I have worked in Germany and in China And in Thailand, my origin was in a small area where most people don't travel at all. And the reason why I work in ICT and society is because I started out my career as a computer engineering major, and I changed my major a little bit afterward to study cultural studies and English. And the study of English has brought me around the world, and I hope that it will do the same for you if you're just starting out. Obviously, if you've been working for a while, you know there are many opportunities for international collaboration. We've said this already. My research interests are in the intersection of language and technology, and I'll talk a little bit about some of these ideas today. But I feel the most important thing is the way that I have a chance to think about a new way of interpreting artificial intelligence, and in particular generative AI, in the context of language learning. And this is sort of some of the publications that brought me to this concept. One of them being an article about one of the earliest visions of a computer in 1945, before we had desktop computers. And then a recent article about the plan that English was going to take over the world and everybody would forget their local languages, which was very popular at the end of the 20th century. Obviously, today, English exists together with many languages. And so that idea that technology was going to change people's culture without their consent turned out not to be true. But it's an important lesson about thinking of the interaction between technology and culture. Humans have a lot of choice. And as you already heard, I've edited several books for IFIP, the International Federation of Information Processing. We have a group in the history of technology that has a biannual, every other year conference. And so those anthologies are available online. And 2023, right when I came to Thailand, my book From Palgrave was published, which considers the interaction between technology and culture in the context of science fiction. So today I'd like to think about thinking and talk about the way in which we have an opportunity as English language teachers to change the conversation about generative AI for this, to use the opportunities for learning, helping students think independently, but also to get them into this idea of metacognition. So today I'll start out with a review of the term metacognition, and maybe thinking about how we can revive this term as a paradigm for understanding how Gen AI can be used in language learning. And then I will give you 4 examples of how I have been using Gen AI in my classroom and teaching to promote metacognition among my students, and then some brief conclusions that I hope will get some questions and ideas from the audience. So to get started with this idea of metacognition, or thinking about thinking, I'll bring you back to my undergraduate days. This is a picture of me in 1988. I was an undergraduate peer tutor in mathematics, computer science, and in writing. And the training for this task, which might be familiar to some of you if you've done this work, is when somebody comes for help with their paper, you should ask them a lot of questions, right? And this is an idea of trying to get them thinking about the writing task and giving them a chance to see the process of writing through an expert's eyes. So our training as tutors was in promoting metacognition with the students who came in for help. And so in the typical session of writing tutor, I would sit down with a student and work with what they had. Sometimes they had nothing, right? They didn't know where to start. So I would ask them a lot of questions about what was the assignment, what were their feelings about the assignment, and take some brief notes during the time that the student was talking, and then show them how they could turn those basic ideas into an essay. And that was for me, a really great experience and learning how to help people. But of course, it's not easy to do that with every student. You know, I have 80 students in the first year and I have 80 students in the second year. So sitting down with 160 students might prove to be a little bit time consuming, more time than we have. But it occurs to me that this is maybe a good way for us to think about the use of AI in education. Can we take some of these ideas about metacognition and apply them to computer technology? So to be honest, this term is not new. Metacognition, or thinking about thinking and reflecting on previous experiences, has been a part of educational psychology since the 1970s. And I guess that's part of the reason why it was a big part of my training in the 1980s, is my teachers and the director of the Learning Center were very interested in this topic. So John Flavel is the main name in thinking about this topic. He talks about metacognitive knowledge as a stored world knowledge that has to do with people as cognitive creatures and with their diverse cognitive tasks, goals, actions, and experiences. And this is part of this idea. It was part of a larger discussion about knowledge in the 1970s and 1980s. You may be familiar with Walter Ong's work. His book, Orality and Literacy, thinks about the difference between literate cultures, literate meaning cultures that use writing, and oral cultures. And oral cultures have a lot of exciting features to them. And we can learn about oral culture through literature. But when human society moved into a writing culture, we started to think about thinking, because when you write out your ideas, then you have a chance to go back and read them. And this gives you a chance to examine your thinking process. And so this metacognition is a very important part of a culture that is based on writing and reading. And this is sort of the atmosphere that this idea of metacognition came to be. In the 2000s, when we started to see computer use enter the classroom, this concept became very important for understanding what was the potential for computers and education. The educational computer programs in the 2000s were supposed to be, the goal was, right? They were supposed to be more metacognitive. And this was a response to many of the early computer programs that were based on drill, workbook type exercises that showed yes or no, correct or incorrect answers for students using a computer. And there's a really rich body of literature that talks about metacognition as a way of designing human-computer interaction for educational purposes. This term is starting to come back a little bit, although I think most people use the term critical thinking. But this idea of using AI and online resources for metacognition is still something that people have been talking about, even though the concept is quite old. What's interesting to me in the context of the history of technology is that metacognition as a as a concept was something that the early founders of computers were thinking about even before we had personal computers. So at a time when they had large mainframe computers that could only do calculations for experts, the people who were interested in the future of computers were thinking about ways that we could help humans think better. So briefly, there are these three sort of key thinkers in the history of computers. Norbert Wiener, who founded the field of cybernetics, Vannevar Bush, who was a science advisor in the United States, who promoted a thinking device called the MEMEX, and J.C.R. Licklider, who was a psychologist who got involved in creating one of the first packet-switched networks that was sponsored by ARPA, known as ARPANET. So Wiener, who is the father or the founder of cybernetics, thought of using computer technology as a captain or a navigator, right? And so I gave you a picture here of Captain Kirk with Sulu and Uhura on the helm, right? And the idea for Wiener is that computers should allow people to sit in the captain's chair and give directions to computers that they could carry out manually. And so the cybernetics comes from the Greek word for navigator, kybneretes. And he makes a big deal of this in his first book that defined the field of cybernetics. In his second book, which was a more popular sort of paperback book that people could read in 1950, he thinks about this, the way in which this concept could protect humanity. And the name of his book is The Human Use of Human Beings. And he says we need to protect humanity from being exploited, right? I write this book to, quote, protest against this inhuman use of human beings and think about the ways in which modern work is degrading to humans. And so, sure, it's degrading to make somebody work, make a human being work to row a boat for the king, right? But it's also the same kind of degradation to make people do repetitive works in a factory. And for him, computers were a chance to free humanity from boring and competitive work that doesn't challenge a human's brain capacity and allow for more thinking more quickly. Another person who's key to establishing the computer age is Vannevar Bush. His concept of the MEMEX was a personal thinking device that you could use in your office. And the MEMEX you would put all of your documents and books and reference materials, and then you could sit down and think about the things that you are doing research on. Most importantly, people point back to this article because he says we can establish links between different information. And so today, when people are using the internet technology and they're clicking a link and going in between documents, they're remembering Vannevar Bush's idea of the MEMEX because his idea of trails, of connecting one idea to the other. But for me, the importance of his vision is something more profound than just having a hyperlink. For Vannevar Bush, when you were reading reference materials and you could put them together in an order that would help you think about your topic, but you could also annotate and you could review the sequence of things that you thought were part of your argument. And then you could also write in some comments, right? And so although people have focused a lot, if you read about Vannevar Bush online, you'll see that, he's the father of the hyperlink. But I wrote an article in 2020 about the ways in which his thinking was actually much more profound. and of creating a tool for metacognition. And the last person I'd like to talk about is JCR Licklider. He was administrator at the Advanced Research Projects Administration, or ARPA. And he is famous for coming up with this idea of thinking centers that could be connected across between cities. And so the computer centers would have these digital connections around the world. And this was his vision for libraries in the future. But one of his earlier articles was human-computer symbiosis, 1960, about 9 years before the first connections of ARPANET. And he said that the time he spent in his job was not thinking. Most of the time, most of his day was spent getting ready to think or getting into a position to think. And in order to make an analysis and in order to make a decision, he had to assemble, calculate, plot things, prepare all the documents he needed so that he could actually do some thinking. And for Licklider, these operations could be much more effectively done by machines. And if there was a way to create a device that could allow for humans to interact with these machines, he thought that it would give us a lot more time to be creative and innovative. So I think it's interesting to remember that these three figures did not imagine the importance of computer technology as a way to quickly answer questions, to write an essay really quickly, or other kinds of efficient uses of knowledge. They were interested in giving people more time to think, more time to brood about different topics that were important to them, and give people a chance to examine their own thinking. So although I respect these early visions, I think some of their limitations are also instructive. And I'll talk about some of these limitations as we're talking about AI uses for metacognition. Great, they wanted to protect humanity and they didn't care about quick answers. But they were all embedded in a military-industrial complex. Wiener was a mathematician at MIT, but his work was used to make war machines. And he thought that slavery was a good way to understand the history of computing. Vannevar Bush, also embedded in the military-industrial complex, had very elitist visions of work. He didn't imagine democratizing thinking. He thought that he was going to help basically college-educated elite people in the West to do their work better. And Licklider imagined a global network of thinking centers, but I don't think he ever thought about the economic differentials. You know, today we see big differences in who has access to computer technology and who gets to produce knowledge that is shared by computer technology. And that's not something that he ever considered in his work. So being aware of this history and also some of its limitations can be a springboard for our thinking. So that's the end of my history and theory lesson. I would like to spend a few minutes now trying to imagine how we can promote metacognition in our classrooms and for our students, while still being aware of some of the social and cultural limitations that can cause problems for students who are maybe our students, right, who are not in the global North and not in the global West. There can be a real challenge to using the output from Gen AI. So the ChatGPT, I think, is a really great tool. I use ChatGPT every day. Some people like Gemini or other tools, which is fine. My comments today are not really specific to a particular platform. But I would like to take a minute to think about what ChatGPT actually means. What does this acronym GPT means? Obviously, chat means chatbot, right? And so this idea of having a conversation with some sort of computer agent is a really important innovation. And when you're using ChatGPT or another service, it's important to create an account and log in. And that way you can pick up the conversation anytime and any computer, and the chatbot will remember you. Chatbot remembers a lot of things about my research and the questions that I've asked. I'm interested in situated learning, for instance, and if I ask a question about pedagogy, at the end of the output, it will say, since you are interested in situated learning, and let me tell you how this might be applicable. But also something important for learning about using generative AI is the idea that you're supposed to iterate your prompt. The first question that you ask and the answer that you get is not going to be successful. And so part of training people to use ChatGPT is to have a conversation, which I think is helpful for English language learners who can read the output and then write again. That gives people a chance to use their English in a useful way. The G in generative, G in ChatGPT means generative. It's the same generative in generative AI, but it does have some unhelpful connotations. When we think of generate, we think of humans making something. But when humans make something, their output is unexpected. Human creativity is idiosyncratic. Human beings create something based on their experience and their dreams and their emotions and their cultural traditions. ChatGPT doesn't make those unexpected creations. The generative part of ChatGPT comes from the idea that it makes an answer, but the answer is based on what is most likely to happen in its database. So I'll talk more about that problem in a second. The pre-trained is the P in ChatGPT, and this is what gives ChatGPT its power. It's trained on authentic examples of text. What it does is takes textual material and figures out which words and concepts are most likely to be associated with each other. It gobbles up all the web pages, books, articles, social media posts it can, and it also adds prompts from users, and this all becomes part of the LLM, the large language model. So when it is creating something, it is creating something based on what it thinks is the most likely answer, but that is not necessarily the most innovative answer. And so we have an interesting challenge when using ChatGPT. Transformer is a way of implementing artificial intelligence. So what happens is this computer system will take in the ideas of the user from the prompt, and then it turns this input into what they call vectors, right? Which is a sort of like a table of different concepts that are related to each other. And then it transforms that input into something that is based on the most likely connections in the database. You've seen this before with Google. Google will predict what you're typing, right? And so if you type in ice into Google, the most likely thing is probably going to be ice cream, right? So you type ice and cream will be one of the top choices. Now, if you're interested in ice hockey, right, it's not the most popular choice. It's not going to be on the list. That doesn't mean that you cannot use ChatGPT defined or Google defined ice hockey, but it's not something that comes up automatically in the selection. And so this transformer technology uses the LLM to take your input and transform it into something plausible. So the opportunities of ChatGPT are also the source of its drawbacks. The chatbot remembers your conversation, but that's potentially an invasion of your privacy. Your input becomes part of the LLM. So if you upload your document, you are now part of the LLM, right? So that's the complaint about the theft of intellectual property. But I think these last 2 points are the most important. The output that you get is not creative. The output is based on what's most popular and statistically most likely. And that's helpful if you're trying to learn something and you want to know what everyone thinks. But it's not really helpful in the case that you want to create something new. And the last thing, the pre-trained aspect of ChatGPT means that it's taking what's been written. And as you know, the most web pages are written in English and they're written by people in the global north and the global west. That means that there's a pretty big bias towards the status quo, which is not really helpful for us in Southeast Asia. This came clear. I work in the Faculty of Liberal Arts. I asked my students, don't you want to learn more about the liberal arts? So let's do a presentation. And I asked them, or showed them, please provide 10 quotes from famous people about the importance of the liberal arts. And you can add this, whatever field you want. Steve Jobs is one of the main people who comes up with liberal arts, and most of my students wanted to write a presentation about Steve Jobs. But the top 10 people here are a very curious list. Kennedy, Obama, Winfrey. These are all American people. Most of them are white and most of them are men. So from the perspective of the humanities, we know that this has a considerable amount of bias to it. What's interesting is when you try to ask ChatGPT to do something new, right? So ChatGPT is very good at explaining what everybody thinks, but it's not really good at coming up with personal experience or professional curiosity and your own personal intuition. So where do these biases come from? Part of the technology, right? The large language model is built on all of this public information and inherits the biases from the existing documents that are available to it. We're familiar with this in corpus linguistics. Bias when it comes in when you are studying real life language, and it can be amplified by corpus linguistics, but also can be trained around, right? And this idea that most of the world's information is dominated by the global West and the global North has been well documented already. And now we can see that the pattern is following in the sense that people who are using generative AI tend to be from the global North and the global West. So when we get the most plausible responses, we get answers that are most likely to be associated with people from the global North and the global West. And that's why the liberal arts was made up of white people, mostly white men from the United States. So you can try to ask ChatGPT to do better. And this is an interesting exercise for the classroom. Ask students to change the prompt. Can you add a geographical location? Can you add national groups? Can you ask for specific people. Mahidol is one of the kings of Thailand. Our school, the Prince of Songkla University, is named after him. Right? Confucius obviously is a interdisciplinary thinker from China. So you can ask students to try this in class and then see what they get. It's kind of curious that when you ask ChatGPT, can you give me some quotes from 10 people in Southeast Asia, it sort of objects because it says liberal arts education in its Western form is relatively recent. But it does give you a new way of thinking, right? What you want is broad, holistic, interdisciplinary, or humanities-based education, and then it does give you quite a bit more information. For me, in southern Thailand, I suppose for you in Indonesia, we know that the first universities did not come from Europe, and the idea of the liberal arts was actually borrowed from the first universities in the Middle East. So although that is not a popular idea in the large language model, because that's the nature of the large language models, it doesn't tell the story of other people. But we know that, right? So when you ask ChatGPT, it does struggle, but it does give you some answers. The answers I got were mostly contemporary people, which is fine, right? I mean, it's better than using Steve Jobs. I mean, I don't want to hear 40 presentations about Steve Jobs, right? So this gives students a chance to do some research on some other people who were interested. But it is a little bit challenging to think about more broadly. And there is no way to know that there's a problem unless you have broad-based humanities education that tells you that the first universities were not in Europe. But if you do know that, or your teacher tells you, then you can start thinking about the ways in which the liberal arts concept is quite old, even if the database has liberal arts in English only in Europe, and then in the 1990s and later starting in other countries. So this is a nice opportunity to get students thinking about thinking, right? Thinking about the output and using generative AI critically. I also have had a lot of success with using AI to inspire critical thinking about literature. One of the courses that students have to take is a literature course. And so, for instance, when we are studying Langston Hughes's poetry, the students get confused, right? There are so many allusions to historical events in Langston Hughes, and this is part of his poetry, right? There are many things that you should know about that maybe you don't know about, and he puts them in as allusions in the same way that Shakespeare puts in allusions to Christianity or Greek and Roman mythology. So these allusions become a stumbling block. Can we think about how those illusions work? Well, you can use AI to do that, right? So one of the things I have show students what to do, please rewrite Langston Hughes's poem, Jim Crow's Last Stand, so that it refers to modern people. And then now names that you might be more familiar with, right? The Black Lives Matter heroes, the new justice in the Supreme Court, and other famous people that you might have heard about from the news, all of a sudden are in this poem. So once you read the poem this way, then you start to have an appreciation for the allusions in the original, which I have found to be really successful. From a strict language learning perspective, you can also ask ChatGPT, please make a vocabulary list, and it will give you a list of keywords that you should be using to study. This is something that students can do on their own. Instead of going to the dictionary, They can ask for a list of words that they should study. And ChatGPT is great at making quizzes and games, so you can ask for matching games. And this sort of self-directed learning is really helpful for students who want to spend a little bit extra time understanding literature. Also, I have experimented in class with using visualization. So this poem, Steel Mills by Langston Hughes, is a little bit hard to understand because of all the vocabulary around manufacturing. But you can ask Adobe Firefly or another image generating software to create a picture based on the poem or on a few keywords. And this all of a sudden makes the setting of the poem a little clearer. The message still needs some time to think about, but the idea of what the physical location of this poem becomes much clearer with the visualization. There's more to talk about in this context. I'm going to skip these couple. There is a poem by Hughes called Elevator Boy about a guy who manual operates an elevator. And it's interesting how it reflects bias. I asked for elevator operator in 1926, and I got 2 white people in the elevator. And so this is an interesting example, again, of how to help students to think about the bias in generative AI. It's a little bit of a challenge. It took me several iterations of my prompt to finally get a Black person in the elevator. Still didn't really capture the original poem. And this gap, I think, is something worth thinking about also. Art does not give us what we want. Art gives us something new to think about. And so if generative AI is a thing that helps us to think about what everybody is already thinking about, these images then give us a chance to consider the difference between the original poem and what everybody might think. I'm conscious of the time, so let's move forward. There are ways of using generative AI as an assistant in research writing. We know, of course, that there's a huge industry of detecting AI writing. And you can try it out yourself with some of these services, put in your own writing and put in something that you modified with ChatGPT and put in some ChatGPT text. And you can see that it's pretty easy to figure out which text has been made by ChatGPT. Students these days are thinking about how to avoid being detected or what the threshold is, right? And you even see this on some Facebook groups about academic publishing. Is 10% too much? Is 20% too much? And this to me is a really sad story, right? Because people come up with pretty good writing and then they send it through AI anonymizers and end up with a really terribly written paper about that really lacks innovation. So this process of trying to avoid detection needs to be improved. And metacognition is the way to think about a different use for AI. So getting advice instead of copying the output is really interesting, and you can try this out with one of your own published articles. When I was getting ready to publish this article, The Science of Sea Voyages, it was in Page Proofs. The article was done and accepted, but hadn't been published yet. So it wasn't part of the LLM. So I tested out ChatGPT. I said, I'd like to publish my article in an academic journal that is indexed in Scopus or Web of Science. I'll give you the title and abstract, suggest some suitable journal titles. And I was pretty surprised. The first 2 suggestions were too high for me. ISIS and History of Science are very elite journals that I would never consider publishing in. Funnily enough, it suggested the Journal of Southeast Asian Studies, which gave me a desk rejection. But Sojourn, the Journal of Social Issues in Southeast Asia, was the place where I was currently working on finishing up the page proofs. So I thought that it did a pretty good job based on my title and abstract to make some suggestions. The kinds of suggestions that you get are based on what everybody knows. I asked ChatGPT to help me write an article for Sojourn about the history of the race concept, and it gave me what everybody knows, right? And my article suggests that the current knowledge about the race concept is flawed, right? And when we look at the original documents, we can see that there was a different origin than might be supposed. So ChatGPT gave me the argument that I was working against, right? What everybody knows, but didn't really have an understanding of my my thinking. So the asking ChatGPT for advice has a caveat, which is ask for advice on what everybody knows. There were some suggestions. For instance, one chapter of my article could be about Southeast Asian critiques and reinterpretations of the race concept. And that's something that I'm not qualified to study, but it is an interesting paper for someone else. But most of the suggestions from this lacked any sort of innovation that would have been publishable in an academic journal. In this realm, there is a new technology called NotebookLM. It's a free product from Google. It allows you to upload up to 50 documents. So it's called NotebookLM because it's not LLM, right? It's not a large language model. It's your notebook language model. And it does help you with creating a ChatGPT agent that looks at your PDF files and your websites and some of your notes and your drafts. Google right now says that any papers that you upload to LLM or any notes that you upload to NotebookLM will not be part of the training material for its Gemini or other AI services. So for now, at least, that stuff is safe. But after you've asked your LM, you can ask it questions. If you ask it questions about what you should do, you're going to get what everybody thinks, right? You're going to get the most popular answer. But you can be clever with your answers by using this idea of metacognition. Broad prompts like, what is the research gap, is going to get you what everybody else would say. But you can ask more open-ended questions like which keywords and terminology are often used, who are the foundational thinkers, what are the historical trends, what are the main categories of methodologies, what is the connection to the real world. Asking questions like this to help you get your thinking started is a good use of your time and a good use of this technology. It doesn't save you from learning about how to use the IMRAD format. You have to already know how to do that, but it can help you with getting to some writing tasks really quickly. And in this way, you can use generative AI for innovation instead of using it for its output. The last thing I would like to talk about today is something that I've been playing with this term, which are AI agents. So there is a new service from ChatGPT. It does require a paid plan. So if you're a subscriber, you can do this. And it's similar to the AI agents that you might have seen for customer service. If you're trying to talk to an online retailer or airline, you may not be talking to a human, you may be talking to a chatbot. And it has all of the benefits and all of the limitations and frustrations that come with those services. In order to create one, on your sidebar, you will see a link for Explore GPT if you are a paid user. After you click that link, you can click Create, and then sort of counterintuitively click Configure. And this will give you a chance to create an AI agent. You have to fill in the fields. The description is a thing that comes up when somebody starts your agent. And then the instructions are what the chat GPT will, or what the GPT will do. So I wanted to help my students learn how to use subordinating and coordinating conjunctions. And only about 2/3 of the class is able to do it after a couple of weeks of lessons. So there needs to be some help. Students don't want to come to me for help. I tell them my office hours. I tell them to chat with me on Facebook. Okay, Ajahn, sure, but most of the students don't. However, having a conversation with AI, I think, might be something more accessible to them. So I went through this kind of quickly, but you can always ask ChatGPT for help. Ask ChatGPT, what is an agent? How should I get started? What happens, the hardest thing for me was making the instructions. So every time ChatGPT made a mistake, I went in and edited the instructions. I had to write about myself in the third person so that it would talk about me instead of talking about itself, right? And I gave instructions about what I want students to learn and who they are. And I asked them, or I uploaded my part of my course book that talked about sentence structures and instructed the GPT to refer to that document and to tell students that it's there. And then I gave 4 conversation starters. So this is how it looks when you click the link, and then you see there are 4 conversation starters. Understand the basics, play a game, test my understanding, or evaluate my paragraph. Each of those conversation starters are defined by me, and I have given GPT instructions on what to do with that. You can also just, like normal, you can just type in your question. So it's pretty good. I had to work with it for over a couple of days to see what errors it was making and tell the agent, maybe you should look at this more carefully. And then when I gave the agent to the students, I said, this is like any other AI. You have to check the facts. So if it reflects the lessons, then great. If it doesn't, then you can ask for clarification. So if you think there's a mistake, you can ask the GPT to explain itself. And if there's a big problem, then tell me, right? So one of my students pointed out that there was a inconsistency, right? I told students that they can combine 2 independent clauses with a colon. So the student input this sentence or something like this sentence. The students went to the class, colon, then comma, they wanted to learn the lesson. So the response was, it's pretty good, but there's 2 problems, right? So here it pointed out correctly that it is a transitional adverb, but it told the student that it couldn't use a colon there. And that is not technically correct because a colon can join 2 independent clauses. So that's the student was wanted to show me, right, that there was a problem there. But something that was interesting is the student was using then to show a result, right, cause and effect relationship, but then is more of a temporal adverb. And so it was really interesting the way that ChatGPT pointed that out and suggested that you want a causal word there instead of a temporal adverb. So it's pretty successful, I think. Most of my students said that they had to use it several times during the week. I don't have any quantitative data on its effectiveness yet, but it will be something that I'll be thinking about as a research project in the future. So I have just a couple of concluding statements, but obviously I'm interested in hearing from you about what kinds of conclusions and questions that you might have. I think helping students work with ChatGPT output is essential for the current age. Everybody is going to go to work and the people around them are going to be using ChatGPT. So there's a real challenge for this generation. Even if they write original content, people are going to assume that it was generated by AI. And we have to teach students how to create things that are authentic. Stop being generic, lacking connection to their personal lives, lacking emotions, things that are not surprising, right? So strangely, one of the lessons that we have to teach our students is how to make their work stand out in a world where everybody is using ChatGPT to cut corners. Students have responded well to this in the last 2 years, getting a little bit better at explaining to them what's up for stakes. But it is a different kind of language task, right? Instead of being accurate and producing output that everybody can accept, trying to produce output that can only come from them and reflects their world, I think is a very important challenge these days. The other thing is, thinking back to Norbert Wiener and the human use of human beings, I want to help us teach our students how to maintain humanity in the face of this very powerful set of tools that have taken over the world in just such a short time. It certainly is true that from the history of technology, we know every time there's a technology change, people say, oh, it's going to destroy humanity or whatever people want to say. But the reminder is that we can choose how to use technology so long as we articulate the values that we want to maintain. So like all technology, generative AI can make social divides greater, but it also has the potential to distribute the benefits of modern society to more people. So thank you for your attention. It's so nice to be here today. I do invite you to reach out to me on Facebook if you are curious about this talk or have any potential ideas for collaboration. But of course, today I'm also ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing, Dr. Chris. It's such a wonderful and useful information for us. Yeah, we learned the historical sketch, right, of a computer technology. It's something new for us, right, everyone? Thank you for sharing. All right, then. Now I think I'm just going to move on to the Q&A session. If you have any question, audience, you can post the question on the Zoom chat, right? But meanwhile, I'm going to start with my question, Dr. Chris.
Okay.
I think I'm going to ask this question to you. You are talking about your practical ideas, right, in your classroom context. I would like to know all the challenges that you have faced, right? What is the challenge in your context that your students or your colleague required to rapid adaptation with the technology? What do you think? What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So much of a language learning classroom is involved in think, pair, share. Right? Ask students to write a little bit in their notebook and then talk to their partner and then reply to the class and have a conversation. And I think that's such a great pedagogical tool. And I've been really disappointed in the way that ChatGPT has destroyed that methodology, because what I get from students, maybe not first-year students, but somewhere in their second year, they just start going on their phone and then they just read to me what ChatGPT said. And that's not language practice. That's not helping people to think. So I still believe in think, pair, share and that kind of communication experience in the classroom. But I think it has to be modified slightly. One of the things that you'll never get from ChatGPT is why anybody should care or how this fits in with their life. And that to me is the follow-up question. When somebody is clearly, reading from their phone, and I can tell that it's ChatGPT output, then it's fairly simple to ask a follow-up question. I don't have to accuse them of cheating. But I can say, well, that sounds a lot like a ChatGPT answer. How do you think about it? And something that's really interesting about ChatGPT is that it's never confused, right? The answers are always definitive. And this is really funny in a literature classroom, because the experience of reading literature is that it's confusing. And it has nothing to do with being first language, second language. Literary authors are trying to disrupt the cognition of their readers. And so ChatGPT says, oh, well, this story is about, and this is what it means. And that's not the same thing as experiencing the story. So when people talk about their output from ChatGPT, I say, well, that's not how I experienced the story. It's very clear when encountering literary techniques like dialogue writing, ChatGPT just figures out what the dialect is supposed to be and then tells you what the meaning is, and doesn't talk about the process of figuring out the what somebody else is saying, how to understand somebody's English when their English is different from yours. And of course, that's a key feature for modern English today. It's not native speakers talking to each other. It's people who speak English as a third or fourth language trying to communicate. So trying to wake students up to the fact that the confusion is part of the story and not a weakness in their education, I think has been a real challenge for me, something that is really frustrating sometimes. I'm really sad when, we do think pair share and somebody is reading something out from their phone from ChatGPT. And I understand why that might be comforting. It helps people avoid shame and helps people feel competent. But the output from ChatGPT is usually pretty garbage, right? Especially when we think about how it reflects the priorities of the global North and the global West, and has nothing to do with life here in Southeast Asia. So I think these lessons are somewhat effective, although I do feel like I need to do more work in helping people realize that their insights are more important than anything that comes out of their phone.
Yeah. Okay, that's very supportive. And I believe everyone agree with you. That's a lovely sharing. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, it's maintaining the humanity is another challenge, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's not about the technology, but it's about the creativity, right? Of
Yeah.
us, right? As a
And
human, right?
Human values, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with you. Yeah.
In proposing and repurposing the use of technology, right? For
Yeah.
Okay, right. That's supportive. Lots lovely sharing. Thank you, Dr. Chris. I think now I'm going to invite the audience to us coming to the Q&A session, right? Let's have a check this on the Zoom chat. Do we have already some questions? Yeah. Dr. Chris, we have some question from the audience here.
Okay.
All right. The first question from Bapak Uli. Pauli, are you here? Are you there? Right. He's questioning but more skeptical about the use of AI in learning. Given that AI can reduce critical thinking skills, it's another challenge, right? How the AI, the use of AI can decrease the decrease of the cognition, I think. How can students best use AI without diminishing their critical thinking abilities? What do you think about this, Dr. Chris?
It's such an important question. Thank you for asking. I remember, I'm old, right? I remember in the 1980s when I was a student, one of my classmates had a word processor, and he was using the word processor to write his papers, and the English teacher was furious with him. You're not going to learn how to spell. You're not going to be able to think for yourself if you're using a word processor. So, today, people are using word processing all the time, and the resistance to that technology seems a little bit outdated. So on the one hand, I want to say it's our job to help students in this transition. If critical thinking is important to us, then we need to teach critical thinking better. And you're not gonna win the battle against ChatGPT. You cannot stand in front of the tide and expect that you're gonna win. So I think it's part of our job to help students understand the benefits of using generative AI, but also to look really carefully at the drawbacks and learn how they can use those drawbacks for innovation of their own. I'm really, you know, I've been through so many technological changes, and some of you, I think, are have too, right? The first time people started using the World Wide Web, the first time people started using Wikipedia, right? The first time people started using services that people would write papers for you that you can get online, right? And all of those transformations, I think it was a challenge for everybody to inculcate the right values with their students. So for me, I want my students to be aware of the benefits, and that, I guess, is the second part of my answer, is that I don't want them to go out into the world where people are using ChatGPT and they are unfamiliar with what can be done, because the people around them are going to be working twice as fast. Working twice as fast. They're going to be getting their work done twice as fast. And they're not going to be able to respond adequately to the accusation that they're too slow, right? Or that their work is inferior. So being able to analyze ChatGPT's generative AI's deficiencies, I think, is a really important skill these days. And it's more important than ever that they have the experience with us in the classroom on how to use their brains while also benefiting from the tool in ways that are appropriate.
Right. I think it's still relevant with the questions from Bapak Sabir, Mr. Sabir. Okay. He's questioning about the ethics, right, in using the ethics of using the AI in writing activities. I'm very sure that Pak Sabir is teaching writing, right? How to paraphrase, right? Not to create an original work, right? So yeah, it's about it's related to the plagiarism, right? In the
Yeah.
writing products, in the writing manuscript. What do you think about that?
I think that's absolutely right. And I think that plagiarism is even worse now than ever before, right? In the old days, people would copy a website that had an author, and they would say it was their own. And now they are not even copying a website, but they're copying this output that has been regurgitated by ChatGPT that has no human sources at all. And it sounds authoritative. The English is so nice, right? It doesn't have any errors. It has the sound of authority, and the lesson has to be for the students why that information that sounds so plausible is really ineffective. I think here in Southeast Asia, we have maybe an advantage that is not obvious, which is that the output from ChatGPT is obviously not really directed toward people in the global South, right? Or people who are not native speakers of English. So when we get by putting the output of ChatGPT into the classroom, we can look at the answers. For a beginning English class, we had a debate: should we ban cell phone use in high schools, right? And ChatGPT gave us all these really great ideas, right? And then I said, okay, now I asked it about Hat Yai, right? Or Thailand, should we ban cell phones in Hat Yai classrooms or ban cell phones in Thai classrooms? Now change the location, right? Just in your mind, when you get this answer, doesn't it say the same thing if you were in Paris or if you were in Mexico? And so it becomes pretty easy to, I think, get students thinking about the limitations of the output. And then I think the task is to say, let's use ChatGPT for brainstorming, to test out our ideas, use it for guidance, use it as a tutor, instead of relying on the output. It's not a foolproof methodology. I still get, I get 80 papers at a time from my literature students, and, many of them are obviously not written by somebody who was in the class. So whether it was somebody's mom or father or it was ChatGPT, I mean, it's hard to know, but it has nothing to do with the class. But it also has nothing to do with being a student in Thailand, and it has nothing to do with looking at literature from the perspective of somebody who speaks English as a third or fourth language. And that is the innovation that I think is really valuable. Most of the world is not like the United States and the UK, in the sense that most people in the world are living in a world where English is not the number one language in their life. When people are learning English in the United States, people who are immigrants, people who have decided to change their life and move to the United States, they're trying to assimilate, and they have a goal of forgetting their first language, second language. Nobody I know in Southern Thailand is going to give up Thai. Nobody's going to give up Southern Thai. Nobody's going to give up Malayu. Nobody's going to give up Arabic, right? English is just one of the many tools that they are going to use in their life. And that perspective that we have here in Southeast Asia is the context of English use in most of the world. So if we can help students to start thinking about the ways that we learn about English and the ways that we teach English in a world where people speak 4 languages, we can be leaders in English education in a way that people in the United States, somebody in Iowa, really can't do very well because the goals are very different. Our goals here are similar to most of the world. And despite the differences between countries here in Southeast Asia, we are good at working together and using English as a lingua franca. So the tools that we have and the ways in which students use the tools to cheat, this is just normal, right? That's what it's like to be 19 years old. And you have a headache, learning English gives you a headache, and your teacher is complaining about your noun and verb agreement. Okay, fine, right? But I think that there's a bigger issue here, and it is an issue for students in the future, right? Which is the reason why this output is unsuitable and you shouldn't copy and paste it into your text is because it has nothing to do with life here in Southeast Asia. It has nothing to do with most people in the world learning English. So I think those 2 lessons can go together, right? Teaching people why the output is unsuitable is a little bit different than telling them don't use ChatGPT. And thinking about the ways in which that output is unsuitable is an opportunity to help people use language in a more effective way.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That's very supportive. Now I would like to invite Ahista, right? One of the audiences here. Raise your hand. Yeah. Okay, Ahista. Okay, the question goes to Dr. Chris or Dr. Nani. Yeah, please.
I'm going to Dr. Chris.
Okay.
First of all, thank you so much for the presentations. It was such a very thoughtful. And as a student, as a student of teachers and educations, I would like to ask, like, how can teachers and students use ChatGPT in responsible and ethical way that support critical thinking, creativity, and meaningful meaning? Because, and in my experience, a lot of students has already depend everything on ChatGPT. So how can we renewal that habits into more thoughtful well? Thank you so much there for your questions.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm writing down your question. Hold on. Yeah, this is, I ask, I have online quizzes in my classes and pick the right preposition. Okay, fine. Pick the right participle. But at the end, I ask them, open-ended questions, and the things that they say astound me sometimes. And one time I asked students to tell me about their use of generative AI. And one of the students said, I am in a relationship with generative AI. It was like having a love relationship, right? And, I know the students, they're not weird, right? They're not having some sort of psychological attachment that's inappropriate to AI. But it feels like to them that the AI is a supportive partner and the AI is a good friend. And they don't have to worry about what AI is going to say, because what does AI say to you? That's a great question. Or I'm glad you answered that, right? And there's a very funny meme. I asked my teacher a question and my teacher yelled at me. And then I asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT says I was really smart. Right? And so this is what you're right. We're in a world where people have been using ChatGPT for the last couple of years. They also have been relying on translation apps like Google Translate. And they are not in the world maybe that we started out in, which is think for yourself, use your paper, memorize the vocabulary. It's a very different universe. So if if your friend is in an unhealthy relationship, right? It can be love relationship or just has bad friends. You can't walk up to them and say, stop talking to that person, because they won't, right? It's an important part of their life. So I think we're in a same situation with generative AI and Google Translate or translation apps also. Keep your eyes open, right? And helping students to open up their eyes, I think, is a really important problem. But also thinking about the things that these tools cannot do. So some of my students are interested in translation. ChatGPT or Google Translate will give you a really great literal translation. In Thai language, they have all these polite particles and they have dozens of pronouns. And those pronouns do a lot, and the polite particles, they do a lot of work in Thai language. And you can translate them into English without getting the cultural meaning. So pointing out the ways in which these tools flatten the possibilities for language use, I think is really important. You're not going to win if you tell students stop using ChatGPT, because as soon as they leave the room, they're going to be using ChatGPT again. So my feeling is that trying to sort of redirect people's attention away from getting things done quickly and reminding them that their experience and their love for language and the multiple languages and cultural experiences that they have had, we have to remind them that those are important. And English language classrooms probably should do a better job of telling people how to express those ideas. I didn't start out as an English language teacher in a conventional way. And when I look at the English language textbooks, and I've studied other languages, right? I've studied French and German. When I think back on those textbooks, you learn how to talk about fruit, and you learn how to talk about family. You learn how to talk about football, right? And you don't really learn to talk about your hometown, and you don't really learn how to talk about important issues. So I think there's a huge opportunity for English language education to help people talk about things that are important to them, tell the story of their hometown to the world in English, being able to use the language affordances of their L1 and their L2 to do something interesting in English. I think that's a huge opportunity that is not currently addressed in most English language education. But that's a great opportunity for somebody like you and for other teachers who are entering into the field, because this is an area of potential innovation. And like I said, to the answer to the other question, this is the situation of most people in the world, right? Most people in the world are not bilingual, learning English to get rid of their L1, right? Most people are going to be using English as a tool, as part of their education or part of their work. And education can be improved in that way. And that's a great opportunity, I think. You know, I'm close to retirement, right? So I can say that's a great idea, but the next generation is going to be the ones that do the research and do the writing that makes that happen.
Thank you so much. Well, I think this question goes to Ibu Dr. Nani Kretnawati. Ibu, are you there, Ibu? I think, yeah, the question goes to you, Ibu, about the school leadership. Ibu Dr. Nani, you have been presenting about how to build the learning ecosystem, right? Now I'm questioning about the school leadership, right? Especially in response to the new policy from the government of Indonesia that established the English subject, right, as the compulsory subject. Dr. Chris, the government of Indonesia launched a new policy in the primary education level. English will be established as the compulsory subject in 2027, 2028, starting at the grade 3 in the primary education level, right? Ibu Nani, what do you think about that, Ibu? How to relate it to the school leadership for the teachers, right, in response to the policy, and with the relevance of the use of technology to support the students' learning, language learning. What do you think, Ibu?
Thank you very much, Ibu Maulidia. Yeah, your question is really related to the situation now. Having the research because responding with a new policy of the government that English in 2026, 2027 academic year will be the obligatory subject at elementary schools. Well, the condition is, if the condition remains the same, so we will not be able to have the great expectation for the success of teaching English at elementary school. That's why we need reform, try to help each other to set the good environment, friendly environment for English learning, especially for the children. That's why, first of all, maybe what now the government is doing, giving the improvement of the teachers' competencies, right? And then there are some training for English teachers at elementary school, but it's still related to the classroom teaching practice, not outside of the classroom. Well, we have the data here, teachers, students, and also parents, really hope, and then that's why we have to communicate this in order that there is a improvement of the awareness of teachers and also the policy from the local government, especially to respond to this, and then if teachers helps each other, so we can also direct our researches on the best way, the best practice, yeah, for setting the friendly environment for English learning for children especially. That's my answer, Ibu Malidia.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu. Well, I wish I could have more hours to go for answering the questions from audience. Do you still have time, Dr. Chris? We
Yeah,
still
I'm
have
fine. Yeah.
we still have two more questions, one more questions, I think, from Najmi about the what specific. She's questioning about specific cognitive skills should a student still consistent practice, and how can teachers guide them to ensure those skills are truly developed? I think it's connected with the previous question from Rafi about the human bias that we have discussing
Yeah.
earlier. What do you think?
If I could, before I answer, I would just like to reaffirm what Ibu is saying here. Her research is so important, and there is a huge opportunity in Indonesia now. If you have this new requirement to try to train teachers, you have an opportunity to do something really great, right? Because if you had been teaching English to third graders for 50 years, you would be stuck, right? You'd be stuck in some very conventional ways of teaching English. So there's a really nice opportunity. Parents, one of the findings that you had was 100% of parents think that English is important. Well, isn't it time to give parents a chance to help with their children's education in English and help the parents learn with the students, right? When students go home with their homework, they're going to ask the parents for help, right? And now you have a chance to think about what English means, not just for the young people, but also for their parents as well. So I think it's going to be a really great opportunity in the next 10 years for people in Indonesia to think about what it means to educate young people in English. And the old way of studying English as being a second language learner that is not at the core is a joke, right? Where is English expanding? David Crystal has pointed this out to us over and over again. The number of native English speakers has stayed the same year after year for 30 years, right? There's not that many more people in the United States than the UK. Where is English language expanding? It's a so-called outer circle. This is the growth area of English speakers, but it's also the growth area for English education. And so the idea that the people in the core are the ones that are the experts in English is no longer valid, because the people in the outer core, right, the expanding circle, as Kachu used to say, the expanding circle people are now setting the norms. The expanding circle people is where innovation is happening. So I'm very excited to be here in Southeast Asia and to hear your research, because it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the next few years. So cognitive skills that we should consciously practice. I think part of the cognitive skills relates to this question, right? How do you think of yourself as an English speaker, right? How do you think about your culture and talking to people about your hometown, right? It's one of the tasks that people do when they're learning English is telling fairy tales, right? The story of Red Riding Hood, the story of Hansel and Gretel, right? When you learn that kind of English education, you are learning about plants and animals and food that have nothing to do with what you eat at home. So that cultural exchange, okay, fine. The cultural exchange is important. I think people should know what a hamburger is, right? But that being said, shouldn't you be able to talk about the plants and animals and the food in your country in English as well? And so the cognitive skills sometimes that I'm thinking about are more creative based, using models of language use to activate your creativity and to think about how to describe things from your local culture in English. The other kind of skill that I'm really concerned about, but I'm also really interested in, is what do you do when you're talking to somebody who doesn't speak English as a first language? So my student from Thailand and your student from Indonesia and a student from Malaysia are going to go to ASEAN meeting. None of them speak English as a first language. Isn't there another set of skills that it has nothing to do with accurate pronunciation and I don't know what modal verbs or phrasal verbs? My students complain about phrasal verbs a lot. Isn't there something other kind of skill that's important there about trying to understand somebody who also doesn't speak English as a first language, asking people what they mean, trying to relate to somebody's statements? This is very different than the first speaker was talking about this too. The authentic communication about these scripted language conversations in English language textbooks, they're important to get started, right? It's important to have this conversation, that kind of conversation, but it's also important to understand that people don't understand you. And so the skill that people need might be more about accepting somebody's unusual English. The skill might be trying to adapt to somebody's speaking style. And that is a very different set of vocabulary, very different set of question words, right? Fruit family and football, right? You know, what sport do you like? Do you like pizza? Do you have grandmother? That's what we learn when we're learning a foreign language. But we also need to ask questions about what is it that you're trying to say? Is this, have I paraphrased what you said accurately? Is there another way to explain these things? Those kinds of skills, I think, are really important for English in what we used to call the expanding circle, right? Where people are using English as a tool for international cooperation instead of using English as a job or citizenship qualification.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I wish I could have more hours to go for responding the feedback, but I'm afraid we have got very limited time. Well, audience, everyone, let's give a big round of applause for our speakers today. Thank you so much, Ibu Dr. Nanik, for sharing with us. Very lovely sharing. Thank you, Dr. Chris.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you so much.
Christopher.
Okay. Well, everybody, before we end the session, let's have a photo session first. If you don't mind, Dr. Chris, Dr. Nanik, Ibu Annie, would you like to help me to take the photo sessions, right?
So can I turn on the camera?
Yeah, sure. Please, everyone, turn on your camera, please.
Okay, wait for a minute. Okay, I start from the first slide.
Okay. Big smile, everyone. Big smile.
everyone.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Wait
Big
a
smile
minute.
and 2 thumbs. 2 thumbs. Yay.
Okay.
Little heart.
Right.
Now we move to the second slide.
All right.
Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yes. Wait a minute. Okay.
Hello?
Now,
Can you hear
yes.
me?
Yes.
Okay, next.
Hello?
Okay.
Next, third slide.
Finished. Third slide. Okay, the third slide. How many slides we have?
There are 6 slides.
6 slides. Okay.
Yes, 6 slides.
Mm-hmm.
Be patient with. Wait a minute. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, and then now we move to the fourth slide. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think enough, sis, because I have already taken some photos.
Okay,
for
okay. Thank you so much, Ibu Eni. Okay, everyone. Well, once again, let's give a big round of applause for our two speakers today. Thank you so much, Ibu Dr. Nanik and Dr. Christopher. Dr. Chris, looking forward to see you again next event.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Christopher. I'm so happy to meet you.
Yeah,
Nice to
all
meet you.
right. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for joining this session. So that will be followed by the panel session. Right. So the presenters, dear presenters, right. You'll be invited to the breakout room. And the moderator will be ready there, right? Okay, you can join the breakout room assigned to you, right? Right. Okay, I think I have to end this session. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye-bye. Okay, the presenters, you can join the breakout room. Thank you, Dr. Chris, Dr.
Thank you,
Nani.
Dr.
Thank you,
Chris.
everyone.
Okay, see you
Bye.
all.
Okay,
Bye.
see you.
Thank you,
Assalamualaikum.
Dr.
Yeah,
Chris.
salam. Okay, bye. Presenters, have you got the breakout rooms on your Zoom, right? You can join the assigned group.